etc., they are not the ones who benefited from the previous boom. They have already, in Sri Lanka, had years of crisis to deal with, really, ever since, last 5 years, let's say, of severe crisis. And yet now they will be expected to take on additional burdens. The purpose must be to protect. Immediately you will get a response from the neoliberal policy, among the policymakers, that, oh, well, we can't do that because that will make us higher priced, and right now we just have to generate whatever export income is possible. Now, again, this is where a more imaginative approach that says we are going to control inessential imports, the luxury imports of the very rich. I've seen a lot of it. In India, we have one of the biggest markets for luxury cars in the world today, which can be afforded by 0.0001% of our population. That's the kind of thing you could say, well, let's control those imports. Let's control illicit financial flows, which are huge, certainly here, but pretty much across South Asia. They are huge. Let's control those, and there are ways we know of controlling them. We do have country-by-country reporting, banks exchanging information about where, in fact, money is flowing and the transactions that are occurring. We can use that to actually reduce both multinational and domestic illicit financial flows that prevent governments from raising the revenues they need. So let's say we curb the inessential imports. We focus our imports on the things that enable our people to thrive and our essential producers to thrive. Essential producers in agriculture, in basic services, in care work, etc. And then we see how enabling them to thrive generates what Hyman Minsky used to call a bubbling up of the economy. So you know how we constantly told about trickle down? That you give the rich some money and they're going to go out and invest and they'll create growth and that will trickle down to the rest of us? That doesn't work, right? We know that, no, they don't trickle down, they move on, they collect it and stash it abroad somewhere and live very excellent lives and so on. Bubbling up is the idea that if you actually put incomes and purchasing power in the hands of those who are likely to spend it the most, which is, of course, the relatively poor and the women who have not had access to incomes before, that bubbling up generates demand. And it gives you a huge multiplier effect, and it allows that economy to expand in a sustainable way on its own steam. So in a way, the fact that the earlier trajectory has now been smashed up, it's terrible. It's a huge shock, I do recognize. But from that shock, we can take the recognition that we have no choice but to move to another trajectory. And if there is that choice, then this is the moment to have that other trajectory available. I do believe that a feminist perspective that recognizes the significance of unpaid work, but also the significance of all of these other types of labor market segmentation that come about because of that unpaid work, because women end up doing a lot of that reproductive work and the care work, and then are very differentially placed in labor markets and in asset markets and in pretty much everything else. Once we recognize rectifying that is actually a way out of the current mess. It's not, that we're just saying this because we want to be nice to women. We are saying this as an economic trajectory that is a viable way out of this current massive crisis. Okay, let me stop here because I think I've already gone on too long, but thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Jayati, and we will look forward to panel discussion. I'm now calling on Farzana Hanifa to speak. She's a professor of development in the Department of Sociology at the University of Colombo, and was a Smuts Visiting Fellow in Commonwealth Studies at the Center for South Asian Studies, University of Cambridge. Her research and activist interests have concentrated on the social and political history of Muslim communities and on gender politics in Sri Lanka. She has published in the 2000 on Islamic reform movements, the history of minority involvement in electoral politics, and the 2001 peace process. Northern Muslims' displacement in discourses regarding return, resettlement, and reconciliation, and on the post-war plans and the post-war mobilizing of anti-Muslim rhetoric. In January 2016, Hanifa was appointed by the Prime Minister's Office to the Consultation Task Force on Reconciliation Mechanisms. Hanifa serves on the Management Council of the Social Scientists Association and the Board of Directors of the Law and Society Trust, and is a trustee of the Neelan Tiruchelvam Trust in Sri Lanka. We have not included here that she's also on the commissioner on the Commission for Human Rights in Sri Lanka. We are honored to have you speak, Farza.
Stand on this. Okay. Good morning, and thank you, Saku, for that introduction. I am really pleased and hugely honored to be speaking here, next to Jayati Ghosh. Also because I'm not an economist, I'm trained as an anthropologist, so doubly, slightly intimidated also by the, expertise in the room. So I was thinking about what would be the most, interesting way in which I could contribute to the conference. So I would first like to talk a little bit about, the conditions that we are living in right now in Sri Lanka, and also then move on to talk about, as a member of the Human Rights Commission, some of the initiatives that the Human Rights Commission has taken with regards to addressing social and economic rights, and particularly with regards to women and social and economic rights. Now, we talked about, Jayati addressed the fact that we are in this huge global crisis as a result of Trump. But we, of course, have been in crisis with regards to our economy for a while now. And we have, as Jayati also mentioned, this wonderful government that, is arguably the most sort of people-friendly government that we have had in a long time. But we are also having to deal with the fact that this government that we are so appreciative and can be considered people-friendly is also choosing, with regards to the economy, to take a direction that is not necessarily people-friendly, right? The commitment to the IMF framework, we saw, with regards to the budget itself, the government's interest in sort of social protections, in looking at the most vulnerable in the country, women, the disabled, really excellent sort of like categories to target within the budget, but also, given the restrictions that are posed by the IMF, the amount, the quantity that can be allocated is really small, and whether it will actually make a difference is unclear. And also what is being conveyed by the government's commitment to the IMF project is also that, substantial changes in ways the economy is organized, as Jayati suggested for us that we should think about, are not going to be really possible under the framework that the government has committed to. Right? We are committed to a neoliberal project with a government that is ostensibly committed to a people-friendly way of governing. So, the contradictions of that project are soon going to appear, I'm sure, and also when we start having to repay our debts, which is not too far in the future, I worry about what that might mean for us. But of course, we must appreciate what the government, leaves open for us. After 1948, we suddenly have a twofold increase in women's representation. We have a female prime minister. We have really competent and smart young women speaking up in parliament, really unheard of developments in this country, right? And also the commitment that the government has shown to people-friendly policies and all of that, I think we really need to capitalize upon, particularly with regard to, say, changes in the law, for instance, right? There are many laws that need to be changed. I'm not going to talk too much about the Prevention of Terrorism Act. In addition to the Prevention of Terrorism Act, there are other things. I'm particularly interested in the Muslim Marriage and Divorce Act, but also maybe labor laws that the government was talking about, the previous government was talking about, really egregious. We can have better thought through labor laws, better regulation of credit, for instance, that we can push the government to engage in. So those are all things I think that we need to ensure that we get done while this government is in power. Yes. So with regards to the Human Rights Commission, we have, of course, given the context of the economic crisis, foregrounded the importance of economic and social rights. Now, in 2016, when the Commission was under the leadership of Dr. Deepika Udugamma, they made representations to the consultation process for a new constitution to include social and economic rights in the constitution. This commission has also taken on, the task of looking at the possibility of supporting such a measure, and we are talking about it. Now, in addition, we have emphasized the importance of particularly social and economic rights as they impact on women through our International Women's Day programs twice now. At the first program, we had feminist economists speaking, and also many activists who, some of whom are present here, speaking at the event. And this year we had Sarala Emanuel speaking on issues of microcredit. So we, are constantly committed to ensuring that social and economic rights are at the sort of forefront of the engagement that the Human Rights Commission engages in. So given my own background in sort of research, we are also committed to doing work that highlights vulnerable communities and the impact that they are facing as a result of the economic crisis. And the next part of my presentation will be it's right here, the rights violations of manpower workers in the free trade zones, research that we conducted last year, and I will read the recommendations as well, which we hope to take forward by engaging with local state institutions that can make a sort of substantial impact onto people's lives. So one of the strengths of the Human Rights Commission is its access to state institutions and its ability to coordinate with state institutions and ensure that certain sort of issues that have fallen through the cracks, for instance, are taken forward. And I'm hoping that you will see while I go through the presentation that is some things that we are planning to do. Okay. Yeah, so I won't spend too much time talking about the free trade zones. The manpower work so the Human Rights Commission was really interested. I'm sorry, this is really distracting me, the mics. Yeah, so the Human Rights Commission was really interested in the issue of manpower workers because we had found several instances where, there have been sort of accidents involving workers for which there seemed to be no institutions being held responsible due to the fact that they are manpower workers. And the category of manpower workers is becoming sort of common for usage among state institutions as well as private institutions, and this is something that we are looking at. So our research project targeted the free trade zones of Katunayaka and Biyagama, and we looked at it according to these categories. We particularly looked at the labor laws and the BOI guidelines, which are sort of thought to be insufficient, but we found that they were actually not. It was just that the commitment to seeing them through was not as great. So, go. Mama kiwo to යට කරන්න පුළුවන්ද? ඔව්. as not coming under any kind of regulatory authority. And also, there are all these sort of processes, like, for instance, they are supposed to have a background check, but again, this is not compulsory. So there are increased number of manpower agencies, and nobody has a real idea as to how many there are and who they are registered with, and clearly some are not registered. But of course, the problem is that there exists a law, the Fee Charging Employment Agencies Act of 1956, under which agencies can be required to register. Now, the Department of Labor is not utilizing it, and the Human Rights Commission plans to engage with the Department of Labor to ensure or to consider what can be done with regards to manpower agencies that don't register. Now, the daily recruitment process is hugely precarious. Interactions with agents. We went at 5 o'clock in the morning to the gates of the free trade zones, and you could see the interaction between the manpower workers and the agency representatives. Hugely problematic, minimal information shared. The guys go around collecting people's identity cards. Now, there is no sort of paper exchange in any way, so it is only verbal, and people are told certain things. And then they go with these people. Even the locations of some of the places that they're going to are not previously discussed, right? Workers are frequently assigned to job locations that are 2 hours away, and sort of compensation for the time that it takes for them to go to these places is not discussed. Next one. Sorry, okay. Is that the manpower agencies reduce much more than they are actually supposed to. So next one. So factories are very committed to the manpower worker recruitment process due to sort of the economic crisis and the lack of sort of steady orders and things like that. But temporary workers often experience different treatment than permanent workers. Then companies often promise permanent work but do not deliver. I mean, they're supposed to work for 6 months, but even after 6 months, they're not made permanent. Temporary workers are generally assigned very hazardous tasks, and for hazardous tasks, temporary workers are preferred. Protective gear issues are constant, and we encountered many about protective gear. No health insurance for temporary workers, and some of the agencies that we spoke to were really not, committed to providing any kind of health care. We encountered this one person who had a really serious accident while working as a manpower worker. So the management took him to the hospital and saw that he was admitted, but that was it. He was paid 1 day's work, wages, and left to sort of take care of himself after. So he said that he was left at the hospital, and the Mahat talked to him for 1 day, and that was it, basically. There was no follow-up to see if he was okay or anything like that. Lack of washroom facilities, privacy to change, workloads, insufficient safety equipment, all of that was talked about. Also, there was a clear rise in depression, reported suicides, substance abuse among workers, and this was linked to the conditions as well as sort of the deteriorating economic crisis-related situation. So economic crisis severely impacted manpower workers, leading to food insecurity, huge problem, with many unable to afford 3 meals a day. Workers earn around 15 to 20,000, next one. Yeah, 15 to 20,000 rupees, which is insufficient for food. and it's almost half their daily wages gone for food. Their assets, any tiny assets that they have, like gold, for instance, is disposed of on a regular basis to cover daily expenses. Temporary workers, we found, are less aware of their labor rights than permanent workers. Unskilled labor from rural areas are actually recruited by manpower agencies. We also noted an interesting thing, which was that, manpower workers are really sort of strapped with regards to childcare and provision of resources for children. At one point we asked them about what you do for leisure, right, at the end of sort of a conversation, and they just looked at us and some were like, we don't even know what that means. Challenges faced by female workers, yes, thank you. Many single mothers work as manpower workers and face huge challenges with a lack of support from family and obviously partners. Mothers cannot afford daycare very many instances, and they leave children alone in unsafe boarding houses with neighbors supposedly to take care of them. Age restrictions in daycare centers in the zones meant that 10-year-olds couldn't be sent to the daycare anymore. Many daycare centers themselves were really badly serviced and over capacity. There is some support from the Ministry of Women's Affairs, the police, etc., Women and Children's Desk, night patrols, 24 hotline for gender-based violence, etc. But almost all service providers routinely spoke about the women as overly sexual. Many workers live in these boarding houses. Next one, please. Yeah. Boarding houses which have developed around the zones. And interestingly, the researcher who wrote up Amarani Lafty wrote the report, we were discussing how the housing that was built, there are rooms in a line, long rooms in a line, right? And she started referring to them without really thinking about it as line rooms, right? So I thought it was a really interesting development with regards to, the exploitation of labor in different locations, right? These rooms are smaller even than the line rooms on the plantations that she was referencing. Cooking facilities are limited. Occupants use firewood or gas cookers. Inside rooms with poor ventilation, very small window. Cramped conditions. Showering areas offer limited privacy. Showering areas are public. There's no separation between female and male bathing areas. Wells are poorly maintained. Water, clean water is a huge problem, and there's a constant risk of contamination. Okay, next one. Relationship between workers and the state. Manpower workers will have limited contact with the state, we found, and receiving state services was really not constant. They rely on the Gramaniladari or the monk in the area for letters to get their children into schools, for instance, and for sometimes when work enrollment permits were needed. Boarding owners, the people who ran those line rooms, are required to register with, even if they're temporary residents, with the Gramaniladari and the police, but this is not often done, and so there's a number of workers, it's not clear how many. And, there was a huge issue with regards to ration supplying during COVID because there was no clear number. So that was, many people didn't receive because of the provision was not adequate. So many still have voter registration in their hometowns and not in the places that they have been living for years. And this is not just for manpower workers, but all for permanent workers as well in the zones. And so they basically don't exercise their right to vote. Some residents have Yes, next one, okay. Despite harsh conditions, many manpower workers said that they appreciate or value the availability of employment opportunities, citing lack of alternatives. Workers from various provinces relocate with family members to take up jobs together in certain instances, we noticed. And we also encountered sort of skilled workers introducing their children also to work in the free trade zones. The children worked sometimes as manpower workers and with the expectation of permanent employment, and sometimes they worked as manpower workers for a long time. A large number of youth, we noticed, worked as manpower workers. Many have not completed secondary school and have no skills. Some youth view manpower work as a stepping stone with aspirations to secure permanent jobs, or they work while attending further education. Okay, next one. Couple more. Go. Next one also. Okay, I'm not sure how I'm doing for time. Should I end? A few more? I can go on. Yeah, okay. So just a few recommendations. Now, given that the Human Rights Commission has access to these state institutions and we can sort of pressurize them to do certain things, we tend to sort of like design our recommendations directly to institutions, right? So very high risk of water in toilet, drainage lines, etc., mixing with drinking water. So we are asking that the national urgently provide pipe-borne water and look into drainage issues. Then facilities for pregnant and breastfeeding mothers. Department of Labour, BOI and Ministry of Health to provide greater facilities. Next one, please. Next one. We were told that some of these features were not offered to all of the workers and not only to some permanent workers. So these are the recommendations with regards to that. Next one. So with regards to addressing the concerns of manpower workers in terms of payment, loss of ID card and all of that, we thought that if there was a dedicated duty officer in the divisional secretariats, in the Department of Labour and the Ministry of Women's Affairs to look at manpower worker issues, that would be a good development in terms of support. Next one. So we asked for conducting sort of checks on the boarding houses that house these workers, not just the manpower workers, the permanent workers as well, by the Ministry of Health and the local government authorities to ensure that, some standards are maintained, because these are sort of boarding houses that are charging the people to live there. Next one. With regards to the disaster management process, we wanted the Ministry of Disaster Management and the divisional secretariats to include temporary residents in headcounts during disaster situations and integrate temporary residence data into the disaster management record-keeping process. There's, of course, the number issue of people who run boardings not reporting. That is something that we can't address here, but that was also a huge problem. Next one, please. Now, with regards to manpower workers, there is no record keeping of manpower workers by any institution that employs them. So the BOI was also very easily able to say that it is not their responsibility, and even the sort of the registered, well-established manpower agencies who took pride in their professionalism told us that with regards to the day workers, they didn't maintain any records. So this is a recommendation that the manpower labor supply agencies maintain records of the temporary workers as well. Next one. Yeah, this is about improving awareness among manpower workers about their rights. Responsible institutions are named. Okay, next one. Midterm recommendations. Yeah, next one. So Registration. I think this is a hugely important issue. Manpower worker agencies are not registered, and we will be pressurizing the Department of Labor to ensure that manpower worker agencies are registered under the Fee Charging Employment Agencies Act. Next. Right, okay. Okay, next one. So registering manpower workers, and another, I think I'll stop with this one. Another huge problem that we have with regards to manpower workers is that there is no information about them. So we wanted a process whereby they can be registered in a database, and there is some information when they go to different kinds of factories and all of that, and there is a record of their work that can be looked at when it is necessary, and for provision of maybe pensions and things like that, other kinds of services that can be provided, right? So so I'll stop with that. So we are intending to engage with the responsible state institutions to take these things forward. And, as the Human Rights Commission, we are able to do that, and hopefully there will be some positive outcomes from this. We also have this subcommittee process within the Human Rights Commission, from which we get certain sort of suggestions to take forward these kinds of representations, and I can speak more about that if necessary at tea or something. Okay, thank you very much.
Brief, yeah, and we might take 2 or 3 together before we answer them. You can speak in any language you want, and we will translate it, right? Sumangala? Yeah. Sumati, sorry, Sumati? I just, it's not on. Can you switch it on?
One thing when Jayati spoke, you mentioned 5 categories.
Can you speak louder?
Can you speak into the mic?
Oh, okay. 5 categories of the R's, and I think I might have missed it. The 5th one was not mentioned. I don't know whether I missed it. So there was recognize, redistribute, reduce, reward.
Represent.
Pardon?
Represent.
Okay, thank you. The other one is I don't know where the data for, I think it's more to Sumangala, but in general, where the data for the very low female participation in the labor force comes from, because we have a 60%, it has always troubled me, and so 60% of the workforce apparently in Sri Lanka is informal, and in just kind of in a topographical way. I mean, I see women working all the time, and I don't mean like unpaid care work at home or anything like that, but in economic activity as we understand economic activity today, productive. So our data is good, or is it like about formal payment, or and like women's representation in parliament, which I welcome that idea with a big pinch of salt, is there's a kind of it stops somewhere. you know, I mean, I think kind of we put all our eggs on kind of this idea of women's participation in politics as though parliament is what politics is. Likewise, I also want to, and I kind of want to question that bit about women's labor participation. And I think what you all said also kind of was leaning toward querying of increased women's participation in the labor force as we understand the labor force. So, so it's not like a querying, like a critical querying, but more for explication. Right, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, right in front. I'm sorry, I don't know your name, so I'll be describing you by the color of clothes that he or she
Thank
may
you.
wear.
I'm Nalini from Betty Clo. I'm a women rights activist. Thank you so much, Farah, for the research report and finding. I was very curious to know any finding on menstrual discrimination and hygiene, because these free trade zone women go through a lot with the increasing of price for sanitary pad. One thing. Second thing about safety at work, gender-based violence in the labor manpower agency and also in the working place. So this is very much reported. I don't know, maybe you would have got that information or maybe it's missing. And third one is about the digital divide. So digital sexual gender-based violence, because we know these free trade zone women face a lot by their supervisor and outside people or the fellow workers. So if you have any information and you can add any findings from the research, or we can think about it, because this is a serious issue. We need to shed light on it, because it's directly affecting their social health and economy and everything. Thank you so much for the report. Thank you.
You take a few more questions and then anyone else? Okay, you and then.
Yeah. Do I have to stand? Okay.
Please identify yourselves also.
I'm
I should have
Janaki Abhivardhana.
asked. Speak into the mic, turn it on.
Janaki Abhivardhana. I used to work for Center for Women's Research, and I'm a freelance researcher on gender and development. I would like to ask about there was a time in 1990s social audits were conducted by brands like Gap, famous brands. They used to hire teams in Sri Lanka, and they used these teams to go and do social audits in the factories. And the report went back to the companies, the brand companies, where they insisted that conditions are placed, otherwise they would not get orders. I wonder whether these audits are still happening, those social audits.
Thank you. And behind you, yeah.
Hi, I hope I'm audible. I'm a third-year law student at University of Colombo, and I'm quite curious to know whether the word we phrase manpower is itself excluding women from itself. Because I see most of the times, all the times, we address manpowers. Even in the laws, we address a man who, like, in all the laws address the man, where women are already excluded. The word person also includes women and man, where the manpower and man-oriented terms are mostly used in laws, are excluding women and also excluding women's rights, especially from it. And the second concern I have is with as a person who also represents the tea plantation community, I was quite unfortunate to hear that some of the places that the Human Rights Commission did the research was quite smaller than the lion houses that the tea plantation community is living right now. What are the Human Rights Commission's activities or researches taken place in the tea plantation community? Or what are the human rights violations you addressed in the tea plantation community, especially with regards to the women's rights. I'm curious to know about that. Thank you.
Okay, we'll answer these questions before we take another round.
Okay, thank you so much for the questions. We went as a big team from the Human Rights Commission and, did focus group discussions. It was only, 2 or 3 of the conversations that were had by single female researchers, right? So in those teams that did those conversations, many sensitive issues were not actually addressed, right? They didn't come up in our conversations. I mean, we worked with the Dabindu Collective, and we knew of these concerns that you're talking about, but in our engagements, they didn't appear, right? And one concern was also the LGBT community among the workers. We didn't get access to their perspective, right? So there were certain very clear limitations with regards to what we saw. But with regards to periods, came up that, one of the problems with regards to sanitation and toilet facilities and all of that, and the supplying of those facilities for them, it came up, right? And it's noted. Now, with regards to the social audits, people talked about how companies are aware of when the people come for the social audits and how they prepare for it, right? So the social audit doesn't seem to be doing anything right now. Certain boxes that they can tick, they are prepared to tick those, right? And so on days that there are social audits, manpower workers are not taken in. So there are certain things that happen like this. We were also told about it. With regards to the Human Rights Commission's engagement with the Malayalam Tamil community issues, it is also a priority area for the Human Rights Commission. We have these subcommittee system that we engage the civil society with, and the Malayalam Tamil community subcommittee is a particular subcommittee that addresses those issues. And we also have officers in the communities that address some of these issues. We have done very recently several mobile services to address, lack of documentation, lack of ID cards, lack of birth certificates even sometimes, right? Which are huge problems for the community. So addressing the issues of the Malayalam Tamil community is a huge priority for the Human Rights Commission.
Yeah, sorry, just to add to that issue of sanitary towels that you mentioned, in India, when they brought in the goods and services tax, sanitary towels was classified as a luxury item. So it had the highest possible GST rate. And it was only after a lot of outcry that they put it in the middle category. So it's still not seen as an essential requirement by Indian policymakers. This issue of work and employment is fascinating. Because I think what you're really talking about is the fact that most women are all working, right? And that's absolutely true. So the ILO has a very good definition of this. They say work is any activity that contributes a good or a service, not just for outside or for sale, but even for your own family or for yourself. So essentially work is any activity that cannot be outsourced. So it's only your own leisure, your own training, your own consumption that you cannot outsource. Everything else is work. Employment is a subcategory of work for which you get paid. Okay, so that's the critical distinction. And so often when people talk about workforce, they're talking about the paid workforce. But even that is very vague because we have so much self-employment. No, so there are categories of self-employment, and women are very common in that, where you contribute to the family enterprise. But you're not paid for it. So it's a farm, or it's a shop, or it's a small-scale enterprise, and you're doing a lot of the work there. And so sometimes you're classified as a worker, sometimes you're not. And that's a very sort of random and vague kind of definition. But insofar as you look at just the paid work, and that's the difference, say, in India. If you look at only the work that gets paid, then women's labor force participation in India today is less than 15%. Workforce is paid. That's really, and I imagine that's also a problem in Sri Lanka, that there are many more women working in family enterprises not getting paid for it. They're working as part of the family enterprise. So pure employment has actually been falling across our subcontinent.
I have a comment for Farah, because it's really fantastic that the Human Rights Commission is doing this in-depth study. Now, because many of you as commissioners have been doing work with these sectors, you know more than what comes out of the survey. So I don't know whether it's possible to go back to re-interview these people to get these questions, because it is better when it's authenticated by the Human Rights Commission than even an esteemed academic. With you, it will get that stamp of approval. So it may be worth doing that second visit again to get that. The second point is, since the companies know how to trick the system, like, you know, kids will cram up for an exam just to get enough knowledge to get by, is there a way of making sure that the Human Rights Commission reports are also circulated to these brand companies rather actively, to say you need to take this into account also when you're doing the social audit, so it's sort of upfront in their faces? I think you have to be aggressive about that. You will be accused for sabotaging the economy, etc. But the idea is not to do that, but to bring people up into compliance. No? That's the point, yeah. Any other questions? Oh, we have to wind up. I'm very sorry about this. It's been fascinating presentations, but we will have time to revisit these issues as the day goes on. Thank you very much, and I think we are invited to tea now, right? A tea break. Thank you. How long is the tea break, by the way? 20 minutes, 15 minutes. Around with this visor, and then I lose them. I said, I'm like the original bag lady.
Or I'm sure most of you know what an abaya is, kind of a burqa, over her uniform, which she said all side streets or gullies so as not to attract the prying eyes of the men hanging out on the street and the loose talk of her neighbors. While I'm not romanticizing the kind of service sector work that Sadaf was part of, which is also in many ways exploitative and does not fully comply with the conditions of decent work, for Sadaf, her relatively well-paying job at the multinational department store with its pick and drop service had opened up a set of opportunities for her that were otherwise unavailable to most of the women living in her neighborhood. This provided her a space of relative freedom and opportunity for upward social mobility as compared to most of the other women living in her locality. At the same time, while Sadaf was freed from the transport-related pressures that most working-class women in Karachi have to face, she faced a great deal of stress and anxiety when she returned to her neighborhood due to the criticism she received for returning late at night and for working in a profession that was seen as dishonorable because it involved frequent contact with ghair mard, or unrelated men, and dressing in a more Western or modern style. The tactics Sadaf adopted, from changing her dress to altering her roots, helped her maintain her respectability as she navigated a variety of spatial contexts. If she didn't do this, she risked being an outcast either in her community or in her workplace. And she also risked having to leave her job altogether if the pressure on herself and her family became too great. Her ability to travel in the city and to work in a place like Hyperstar were hence constantly under threat. In fact, at the time I interviewed her, Sadaf was engaged to be married, and her fiancé and in-laws had already told her that she would not be allowed to work after she got married. For this reason, work outside the home, of course. For this reason, Sadaf was trying to delay her wedding for as long as possible. Sadaf's story illustrates just how difficult it is for women, particularly those from the working classes, or perhaps more aptly, the precarious classes or the precariat, to engage in decent work. Her case study helps us understand some of the reasons why the female labor force participation rate in Pakistan is so low, despite increasing education levels, and why, when women do engage in paid labor, it is most often restricted to low-paid, insecure jobs, largely in the informal sector. While my talk focuses on Pakistan, similar trends can be observed across South Asia and indeed across the global South more generally. So at just about 24%, Pakistan has one of the lowest rates of female labor force participation in the world and even in the region. While the rate increased steadily from 1990, when it was just 11%, to 2015, when it reached 24%, this growth has stagnated over the past decade, with significant dips during the COVID-19 pandemic, as was experienced everywhere. Similar trends have been observed across the region, as Professor Ghosh's talk also outlined. This is despite the fact that education rates for women and girls have been steadily increasing in the country and indeed across the region, with women in Pakistan born after 1990 receiving approximately double the years of schooling as compared to women born before 1965, and with women comprising slightly more than half of those enrolled in higher education in the country. Clearly, education on its own is not enough to increase female labor force participation. We also know that out of the 24% of women who are engaged in paid employment, the vast majority are concentrated at the lowest rungs of the employment ladder, confined to precarious, feminized forms of work in the informal economy, including domestic labor, low-paid teaching jobs, and home-based work. So what is preventing women from accessing decent work? And I'm talking largely about urban contexts in my talk, which is where most of my research has been done. So just to say, decent work, according to the ILO, I know the word decent is very loaded, at least in Pakistan, probably across South Asia, and tied to morality. But decent in this context means fair wages, safe and healthy working conditions, job security, social protection, and opportunities for career development. That's the ILO's definition. So one of the main issues is restrictions on mobility. As Sadaf's story illustrates, one of the main challenges women face to accessing decent employment are restrictions on their mobility. These restrictions come from a variety of sources, including their own families, their husbands and in-laws if they're married, their community and neighbors, along with the constant fears of sexual harassment when they venture outside. While practices of parda vary between communities, or veiling, there is an overarching belief that a woman's rightful place is within the home. If a woman must leave the house, she should be properly covered, and she should avoid contact as much as possible with unrelated men. Much of this stems from ideas of honor, or izzat, which again vary between communities, but generally tie the family and community's reputation to the conduct and control of women's bodies. As Sadaf's story illustrates, women must engage in constant and exhausting calculations in order to maintain their izzat, and the izzat of their families and communities. Women are also deemed as unrespectable. Women who are deemed as unrespectable risk social censure, which could lead to further restrictions on their movements, and even, in many cases, violence. Restrictions on women's mobility often increase during times of conflict, when group boundaries are tightened as a result of insecurity. In conflicts around the world, women's bodies have become markers of the community's identity, and I know you know that all too well here in Sri Lanka, across South Asia. This is true across religious and ethnic groups, as we saw so clearly even during the genocide in Gaza, which is ongoing, where Palestinian women's lingerie was proudly displayed by Israeli soldiers as a marker of their victory. But it is particularly true in South Asia, and we've seen this. I don't have to go through all the examples, we have too many. Hence, while there are some exceptions to this rule, women's mobility and hence their ability to engage in decent work tends to decrease during conflict, to protect them from being defiled by men of the other community. Similarly, members of marginalized religious and ethnic groups often place tighter controls on women's mobility due to their collective insecurity. This is something I've written about in relation to Indian Muslims, but similar patterns are apparent in marginalized communities across the region, including in Pakistan, including, I'm sure, in Sri Lanka. In general, safety and security are commonly used as excuses to tighten patriarchal control. Similar patterns can be observed amongst migrant communities, whether these communities have migrated due to conflict or because of environmental and economic pressures. In my research on Muslim women in Delhi, I found that those women who had recently migrated to the city often faced tighter restrictions on their mobility by their husbands and their in-laws due to heightened insecurity. A study published in 2019 by the Collective for Social Science Research in Karachi also found that women whose families had recently migrated were less likely to engage in paid employment outside the home due to moral panics about the bad environment or the bura mahal of the city, including the fear that they would mingle with men from other communities. Even in more settled communities, those whose families have been living in the city for generations, women's mobility is often restricted to their immediate locality, both because of patriarchal community and family restrictions, but also because of a lack of decent public transport and the need to stay close to home to fulfill domestic responsibilities. For this reason, many of the women in Sadaf's neighborhood in Liari worked in part-time domestic work in nearby localities as teachers in low-cost private schools in their own neighborhoods, where their salaries range from between 1,500 to 3,000 rupees a month, which at the time was $10 to $20 a month, and these are often women who've actually completed university education, or extremely low-paying home-based work. So, the impact of marriage. Another noteworthy part of Sadaf's story was related to her marriage. While some studies demonstrate that a woman's likelihood of engaging in paid employment increases after her marriage, in Pakistan, marriage seems to have the opposite effect. Studies conducted over the past 2 decades show that a woman is 7% less likely to participate in the paid labor force after marriage. In my own anecdotal experience, I would imagine the number is even higher. While ideas about izzat and honor are definitely part of the explanation, increased domestic responsibilities, particularly after childbirth, as well as the persistence of the male breadwinner model, along with discriminatory employment practices, are also likely part of the explanation. As we know very well, women carry out the vast bulk of unpaid domestic and care work in the world. And this is particularly true in South Asia, where the discrepancies in time spent on unpaid work between women and men are amongst the highest in the world. In Pakistan, it is reported that a woman spends 11 hours of unpaid labor for every 1 hour performed by a man. Many women cite domestic responsibilities, particularly after having children, as the main reason for leaving their jobs or not seeking employment outside of the home. If they do work outside the home, it's mostly part-time and in areas close to their residence, which limits the opportunities for accessing decent work if one lives in a low-income locality. Another important reason for women's low labor force participation, whether women never seek paid employment or whether they withdraw from work after marriage, is the male breadwinner model, or the idea that the man should financially support the family while women are responsible for domestic and care work. This idea is still deeply entrenched, not only in the minds of men, but also in the minds of women, and in fact, might be getting stronger rather than weaker over time. A study that tracked attitudinal changes using the World Values Survey found that 70% of people, which includes women and men, born before 1970, believe that when jobs are scarce, men should have more rights to jobs than women. What is even more worrying is that this number went up to over 80% amongst those born since the late 1980s, indicating an increase in conservative beliefs around gender roles. Many women I interviewed for my research in Karachi also stated that they only worked out of majburi, or necessity, because their husbands were unemployed or didn't earn enough on their own to care for the family. Considering the kinds of employment women are most likely to be engaged in, the fact that they resent having to work outside the home is also not surprising. Patriarchal attitudes, such as notions around izzat or the male breadwinner model, are prevalent across genders. However, because men have more power generally, men's attitudes often have relatively more of an influence on women's agency than women's own attitudes do. For example, studies have shown that husbands' attitudes towards women working outside of the home have a greater influence on female labor force participation than do women's attitudes, which brings me to my next point, which is the need for men to change. Too often, discussions about women's empowerment and gender equality have focused almost exclusively on women, placing the burden to change largely on them. Perhaps one of the reasons many of our gender-related indicators have stagnated or even worsened over the last 2 decades is because women have changed as much as they can on their own. In order for gender equality to be fully realized, including the equal right to decent work, men will have to change too. There is an urgent need to start focusing on men and masculinities and on changing attitudes about gender roles more generally if we are able to push through the barriers blocking women's access to decent work. Underlying most of the reasons for women's low labor force participation and their lack of access to decent forms of work are patriarchal attitudes. These attitudes tie the community's honor to women's bodies. They reinforce rigid gender roles, arguing that men should be the ones who provide financial support, while women should be confined to unpaid roles within the home. They tell women that their primary means of fulfillment is through motherhood, and that they should withdraw from the workforce after marriage. They lead to discriminatory practices against women workers, who are viewed as less reliable because of their family commitments, and they also contribute to a lack of will amongst policymakers to provide women with the necessary support to be able to engage in decent forms of work, which includes providing affordable and safe public transport, childcare facilities, and maternal and paternal support so that both partners can be encouraged to share in household responsibilities. For this reason, it's imperative that attitudinal change be placed at the center of the agenda. This is perhaps one of the reasons that education alone is not enough to guarantee women's labor force participation. What is the content of the education being imparted? Are children being taught to question gender roles? Are girls being sent to school to become better wives and better mothers only? Are boys and men being taught that they too need to change? Of course, this is easier said than done. Cultural change is complicated, slow, and difficult, but it's also central to removing the barriers to women's empowerment. Apart from adding gender to school curricula, governments should engage in public education campaigns through the media and through community organizations to challenge conservative ideas around gender. Until and unless women and men's attitudes towards gender roles, including femininity and masculinity, start to change, women like Sadaf will continue to face barriers to accessing and maintaining decent forms of employment. That is, if they are allowed to work outside the home at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Nida. She also kept the time. It's very perfect timing also. And our next speaker is Swastika Arulingam. She's a civil and labor rights lawyer from Sri Lanka, and she has advocated for the rights of women and girls in public forums and public spheres, often highlighting the conditions of women who are vulnerable to gender-based violence. She is the president of the Commercial and Industrial Workers Union in Sri Lanka. Based on her vast experience in trade union activism, she will be speaking on the care and the paid and unpaid workers of, from Sri Lanka. Please.
No, I'll just speak. Hi all, thank you for having me today. The topic which was given to me was to speak about women and labor, but also about participation of women in trade unions and the challenges we have and so on, which is an area which I'm quite familiar with. So I thought in both areas I will speak from my own experience and maybe contextualize it in a larger political context. To begin with, when we speak about trade unions, before I start saying how bad the men are in the trade union movement, I always say that Sri Lanka has a very low unionization rate. In the 1980s, we all know about the general strike and how the government went about breaking trade unions. And it was not one event. The general strike in 1980s was not just one event. It was just the start of a series of anti-union policy, which was maintained by the state, of course pushed by companies and corporates and so on. So as a result of that, in around 2017, when the ILO did a research on trade unionization rates in Sri Lanka, both the public sector and the private sector together, we have less than 10% of workforce actually unionized. So it is in that context that I want to speak about women's participation in trade union and trade union leadership. Because we are already looking at a very small labor force which is actually unionized. And it is within that context all this struggle between men and women are happening. And the inherent patriarchal sexist values in our society also becomes applicable to the trade union movement. So apart from the obvious inherent structural problems, there are also other issues why, when I'm working with trade unions, I'm working with workers. Even now it's very hard to get workers to join unions and unionize. And I have identified 3 different power structures which prevent workers from unionizing. One, of course, is the corporates, the companies, which is an area which people rarely speak about. How the corporate structure in countries like Sri Lanka find very creative ways to prevent workers from unionizing. For instance, if we, in our campaign to unionize workers, we engage with various power structures. Someone was asking about brand audits. We engage with brands. We engage with organizations like the IFC, which is giving loans to factories and so on. So when we engage with these organizations and institutions, they would ask us, so what is it that corporates are doing which workers are scared of? Because most instances, we can't point out and say, this is why workers are not joining unions. This is why they are, because most instances, the violence and the union busting is not direct. It's so indirect. It's part of, it's part of the language. When they join the workforce, they would ask, are you part of any organization? So when the company asks, are you part of any organization, workers inherently understand it as, are you part of a union? If you're part of a union, we will not hire you. So despite the fact that the Sri Lankan labor law is very clear, that you cannot prevent a worker from joining a union, the companies have structured and strategized in such a way that despite the fact that the law says you can join unions and you're protected and so on, workers inherently know that if you join union, you will be dismissed and the law or the state will not stand by you. So that is on the side of the companies. Then the state, which is heavily influenced by the corporate interest and corporate lobbying and so on. So how does the state enable workers from, or enable companies to prevent workers from unionizing? So what they do is, to give an example, in 2020, my union tried to organize a group of workers in a particular factory in the free trade zone. And the moment we declared the union, the main organizers were dismissed. So then we went, obviously, lobbied with the state, we went to the National Labour Advisory Council, we went to the Labour Department, we went to the Labour Minister. So what they do is, they don't say, oh, this is great, you should not have tried to unionize. And what they do is, they stall the process. So they stall the process. Now it has been 3 years, and still the case is not over in the Labour Department. So if you're a worker who is working for, let's say, 30,000-40,000 rupees per month, you can't wait for 3 years to get back your job if you want to, just because you want to form a union. That's not possible. So what workers do is, eventually, after 2-3 months of waiting, they would settle. They would settle with the company. The company would give them 1 million compensation. It's peanuts for the company. So they would settle and the union would break there. So the state, even though despite the fact that the laws are very, colorful, you have the constitution says you have the right to form and join a trade union. Then the Industrial Dispute Act says if you break a trade union, then there would be penal consequences. It's, it's very nice to, I'm also a lawyer. We also studied this in law books. It's very nice to listen to all of this in the law. But when you, when you go to the ground and when you see and when you don't see anyone unionizing, and then when you start working on these issues, then you realize how structurally, how power structures and how political structures keep workers from unionizing. And the strange thing is it's accepted in societies. Let's say we go and raise this issue of unions. Immediately people would say, no, workers don't like to join unions because unions are politicized. They always go on strikes. Workers don't like to go on strike and so on. But that is not the reason why workers don't join unions. Yes, there are unions which are affiliated to political parties. And yes, there are unions which engaged in strikes which they should not engage in. But that is not the reason why workers don't join unions. Workers don't join unions because if you join a union, you will get fired. That's it. And every single worker in this country knows that. And that is why workers don't join union. And I have to say this in this forum also, because even in forums like this, I have heard of opinions where people would try to rationalize and justify as to why workers are not unionizing. So I keep repeating that. I say workers do not join unions because workers know if you join a union, you will be dismissed from work. So therefore, they don't join it. And not only the company, but the state, the Sri Lankan state, even this government, the NPP government, which has large union base and so on, even this government has not taken a different attitude towards union, where they have publicly stated anti-union sentiments and so on. So that is the second aspect. In terms of the third aspect, which I have noticed particularly in areas where there is low unionization rates, for instance, the garment sector, where you hardly have unions in the garment sector, and also because garment sectors are located in areas called the free trade zones, where unions don't have free access to speak to workers inside companies and so on. One of the things which I wanted to specifically mention is donor funding. So when I started working in the union movement, there were people who have worked in the union movement before me who have said one of the biggest challenges to unionizing workers in the garment sector is the fact that there are NGOs who are working in the garment sector. So in the early days, I took the position that no, they don't allow unions to function, so we need to have, someone else at least doing something, at least someone coming and, raising the problems inside inside these garment sectors and so on. But what happened was, NGOs coming and trying to organize workers doesn't happen in a vacuum. It happens in a political context where donors fund NGOs to get workers into meeting by funding workers. To give an example, if let's say I'm running an NGO and I write a project and say, for this meeting I'm going to get 30 workers, and 30 workers don't turn up because they don't turn up for union meetings, then what do I as an NGO do? Because I need to write a donor report, I would pay workers. I would pay workers 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 rupees to turn up for the meeting. So yes, at the end of the day, my project and my report would look great. But, the NGOization of the union movement, in the end, depoliticizes workers. Depoliticizes workers from actually struggling, fighting to be part of unions and engaging in their rights and so on. So in areas where there are low unionization rates, like for instance garment sector, where we really badly need unions, these are three challenges which I see in terms of workers coming, and particularly female workers coming forward to unionize, because female workers also ultimately have to bear the responsibility of sending money back home. So they can't afford to lose a job. You know, getting dismissed from work is not an option for them, so they can't afford to lose a job. So because of that, workers don't want to come and join unions. So that is one thing which I want to flag. The other thing is the recent labor law, if the IMF and this so-called IMF pushing for increased women's participation in the labor force. I'm glad even before me this was spoken about. You know, people are always saying we have very low women labor participation, 30 to 35%. Men are like 70%, women have low participation. So now let's increase the women's labor participation. So when when the IMF comes and says this, you know, this broad statement, immediately the impression we get is it's a good thing. Yes, you know, women should, we need to have equal rights for women. Women should have equal rights to engage in workforce and so on. So it sounds very grand and nice. But how does that actually get translated in practice? When the IMF comes and says a blank statement like we need to increase labor force participation of women, the consecutive governments, the Ranil Wickremesinghe government, now this government also continuing, what they're actually hearing is we have to somehow increase the women into, we have to herd the women into factories. We have to herd the women into, you know, somehow this wage labor. So what are the things which are missing here? One thing is that, and these are actual examples, right? One thing is that in our law, there are barriers to women engaging in night work. So what are these barriers? Without the consent of the woman, you can't force a woman to engage in night work. So the company has to actually go and speak to a female employee and get a written consent for her to be employed in night work. So what did the government think? This is very hard. You know, companies can't be going and asking every woman, do you want to work in the night work or not? So let's remove this from law. No consent is needed hereafter. Any woman can be engaged in night work. So now it's equal. Men also in night work, women also in the night work. Both can be happily, equally exploited in the night when everyone wants to sleep. In 2017, when this whole night work thing came, and I should say some feminists were like, equal rights, this government is going to improve equal rights and so on. We went and spoke to workers in the free trade zone and we asked men, what do you all think about night work? The men said, no one wants to do night work. We want to sleep in the night. We don't want night work for women. We don't want night work for men. We want to sleep in the night. And then what does the government do? Because institutions like the international institutions like the IMF comes and says, increase female labor force participation, they just come and say, let's remove the restrictions, what they call the restrictions in law. And now they're removing the protection given to women for night work. And now women are being herded into factories in the morning, in the night, and so on. The other thing they're saying is the reason why women are not joining labor force is because, you know, if you have an 8 to 5 job, or if you have like a 8-hour work day, then not all, like for instance, if a woman becomes pregnant, then she has to look after the child, so she has to leave the workforce to look after her baby. So now let's think of a mechanism, while women are, you know, raising a child, they can also engage in this labor force. Now let's think of a strategy for that. And the new labor law reform, which was proposed by the Ranil Wickremesinghe government, encourages informalization of labor. So what do people sitting in Colombo say? Oh, that's great. Now women can work from home, home-based work. They can do part-time. They can do 4-hour work. You know, they can look after their child and then come running to the factory to work 4 hours. So that's great. But what is actually going to happen on the ground, and we know because it has already been happening, is that companies would start hiring women only for this part-time work. Because if they hire women for part-time work, then they don't have to pay maternity payment. And companies are already lobbying the government to say that maternity payment and the burden of maternity payment should not fall on us. It's too much of a burden on us. We should not be bearing. Government should be bearing. Government should be bearing the responsibility of looking after maternity benefits of workers, and that responsibility should not fall on us. So this is how, when you just blanketly say there is low labor women's participation and therefore you have to increase, the governments which are heavily influenced by corporate lobby basically are thinking we need to remove whatever protections which are there for women. We need to remove whatever responsibility which workers have fought and won. Maternity benefits is not something which fell from the sky. Workers fought for it. Unions fought for it. We have to remove all these protections, so automatically, women will be herded into these workforces. So despite the fact that I'm simplifying this and saying these are experiences, these are stories, these are narratives which we hear on the ground on a day-to-day basis from companies, from members of the government, and these have real consequences for women. The other the one last point which I wanted to make is this buzzword about sexual harassment. Anything else can happen to women. They can be stuck with 10 hours of work without overtime pay. Women can be made to work without giving bathroom breaks. Women can be made to work without allowing them to drink water. None of that matters. But the moment some case of sexual harassment happens, all the brands are like, sexual harassment we want to prevent. We don't want our women to be sexually harassed and so on. But the funny thing is, when we go and tell brands, the reason why women are sexually harassed at workplace is because they are being forced to meet targets, which is humanly impossible. And the only way to reach these targets, the only way to reach these garment, targets is by sexually harassing workers. That part no one wants to listen. Companies don't want to listen, government doesn't want to listen, brands also don't want to listen. And when we go and tell them, sexual harassment is not a one-off incident. It's not like one supervisor is coming and groping one woman. It is part and parcel of the production process. In order to achieve the target, you have to sexually harass the worker. If we have a workers' meeting for 3 hours, every single union knows this. We have to give 1 hour to allow the women to come and speak about what they went through that entire week in the factory. And 90% of the story is that the supervisor is harassing them, sexually harassing them, verbally sexually harassing them. So sexual harassment is part and parcel of the production process. And the reason why women cannot counter this sexual violence at workplace is because they are not allowed to unionize at workplace. So everyone who wants to, we don't tolerate sexual violence at workplace. Corporates have all these great advertisements and all of that. And all of us are also highly taken about it, right? Like during Women's Day, we would talk about gender-based violence and all of that. But the crux of it is, why are women harassed at workplace? Because they don't have power in workplace. When you don't have power, and the only way to build power at the workplace is through allowing women to unionize. When you do not allow women to unionize, sexual harassment continues to happen. So you cannot, what I'm trying to say is, we can't take this sensationalized equality for women, women are not in the leadership position, we don't tolerate sexual violence. All of these are, these buzzwords and so on. But these does not happen in a vacuum. It happens in a larger political context of how production is designed in countries, third world countries like Sri Lanka, where sexual violence, where the subordination of women, where women are not allowed inside leadership, all of that is part and parcel of the production process. So I hope all of us in the future, when we speak about these buzzwords about women, sexual violence, women in leadership positions, equal rights for women, we also speak about it in a larger social, political, and economic context of why these things continue to happen in third world countries like Sri Lanka. Thank you.
Thank you, Swastika, for this very powerful presentation based on your direct experience with the women workers in Sri Lanka. Our next speaker is Natalia Flores Garrido, and she holds a PhD in sociology by Nelson Mandela University, a master's degree in sociology by the Latin American Faculty of Social Sciences, and a bachelor's in economics. She has experience in working on gender studies as an academic discipline and also as an activist involved in various collective feminist projects. Her line of research is gender and work and feminisms from the global south. She has several publications about these topics. She is a senior officer, program of gender and economics at IDEAS. Over to you, Natalia, please.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. And I'm very happy and very honored to be here. It's my first time in Asia. I come from Latin America, so I'm really, really happy and grateful for this invitation. And also because I think the two previous presentations dialogue very well with that I want to present now, especially this one about, obviously, to recognize women's work in the labor market, productive work, but also in the care economy, right? The unpaid work that women do every day to sustain life. And also with the buzzwords that are becoming very normal of historical demands of the women's movements. And I think we need to be very careful about that, especially when we talk about, for example, women's empowerment, and in this case, about care, right? What do we mean by care? How do we want to organize care? Which kinds of care policies do we want to promote? So I'm going to present some reflections and perspectives from Latin America, very brief, because this is a topic that has been, the women's movement and the feminist movement in Latin America have been working about that for like 2 decades or more, right, as we know. So I'm going to read a little bit so I don't lose the time. Just let me put this. So, we know the demand to privatize care has a long history in the feminist movement, as we know. Women across different territories have analyzed how care and reproductive work, allocated through persistent sexual division of labor, is deeply connected to inequalities of gender, race, and class. Whether paid or unpaid, care work is among the most precarious economic activities in society. The amount of unpaid work required to sustain the lives of working-class families, as well as the precarization of paid care work, have been worsening due to contemporary changes like the imposition of neoliberal policies, climate change, the dismantling of workers' movements, and the strengthening of parties from the right wing, with discourses that aggressively try to reposition women and the family as the legitimate sites of social reproduction. And we're seeing that very clearly in Latin American context and in the American continent in general. In this presentation, I will not focus on the very rich analytical and political elaborations developed inside feminist and gender studies and movements around the importance of care work, its link with social inequalities, and the antagonisms between the sustainability of life and capital accumulation. What I want to do instead is to briefly present some examples and reflections around public discourses and public policies around care that have been deployed in the Latin American context in recent decades. Coming from the feminist and women's organizations, the demand to redistribute, reduce, and recognize care has reached the arena of institutions, with almost all of the governments in the region engaging in various ways with these demands. We have to be to acknowledge that this demand and these conversations around care come from the women's organization and women's movements, and now we are in an historical moment when they have reached the institutional arena. And so what is happening there? Nevertheless, the concept of care and the policies that should address it are not homogeneous. On the contrary, there are multiple positions and objectives that are disputing this highly political issue. So care is not innocent. How we talk about care, what we demand about care is never innocent, and that's why there's not a common understanding of what do we mean by care. And yes, we agree that we need to reorganize care, but how, in which conditions, through which policies, right? And what is the final objective? So, can we go to the next one? Yeah. In this regard, the concept of a care agenda is important to analyze the differences and consequences of narratives and policies around care. An agenda of care could be broadly defined as a set of postulates and normative assumptions that aim to reorganize these activities in society, questioning who should care, for which populations, how the costs of care are distributed, and what institutions, economic structures, and political frameworks will enable such advances in the countries of the region. All these questions open up different patterns of action, policies, and discourses. Discourses and narratives are important because they are collective tools to communicate a social horizon that can be more or less transformative. In the case of Latin America, there have been two international organizations very active around care policies and narratives in recent decades. The first one is the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, the ECLAC, that belongs to the UN, and the Inter-American Development Bank, the IDB. So these two are international organizations that are now proposing and pushing an agenda of care in Latin America, right? So publications, research, and advocacy around care of these two organizations have been growing in the past years, especially after COVID-19. Nevertheless, there are substantial differences between how they conceptualize care and therefore which kind of policies they propose and support. Okay, the IDB understands care as services that people should have access to, and at the same time as an obstacle for women's participation in the labor market, as the colleague was saying, because since women have to devote a lot of their time to unpaid care for their families, this limits their economic activities, representing therefore a collective loss in economic growth and human resources. According to this institution, creating and supporting an industry of care will be the best course of action since this will represent a number of Other than the supply of care services, the care industry will create more employment, especially for women. Women will be able to participate in the paid productive activities. Therefore, a care industry will become a catalyst of economic growth, creation, and tax revenue, constituting a win-win option for governments who are currently struggling with a limited fiscal space. Supporting the care industry through subsidies and fiscal incentives will therefore be smart economics. On the other hand, ECLAC has been pushing a different narrative, conceptualizing care as a human right. The right to care has been defined as the right of every person to receive the care needed to ensure their well-being, the right of individuals to provide care under dignified conditions, and to obtain self-care. In this way, it focuses not only on the supply of care services, but also on the conditions of care providers in a paid or unpaid way. Seeing care as a right also implies the freely distribute the time between care and other activities, including, of course, self-care. This will imply a redistribution of care between the state, the market, families, and communities, but nevertheless, the state will be the main responsible actor to ensure this right. Therefore, this promotes the creation of national public care systems and of universal policies on care. This is, of course, a difficult point because it will imply public financing, which is necessary to require an increase in domestic public mobilization. Gender-responsive public budgets could also be a tool to reorient public expenditure towards care services. And although some of these services could be directly provide care, others can be oriented towards the social and economic protection of current caretakers. So we have these two kind of antagonist positions. Of course, I'm being very, because I want you to see the differences, and maybe there are some nuances that I'm not going very deep into them. But we can see this as two ideal types, and how the states and different governments can move between these two positions, which the one is mainly to solve this crisis of care that we have heard about a lot through the market and through creating a care industry. And the other one is through public services, universal public services, and national systems of care. But of course, the second one implies a lot of public money and expenditure, right? So can we go to the next one? So of course, how we conceptualize care has an effect on which kind of policies do we want to promote, and which kind of policies do we want to promote has an effect in inequalities, especially in highly unequal societies like the Latin American one. So this is a very also upfront kind of comparison, and care, if we see care as a commodity or as a human right, and if we want to financing through private financing or public financing, and how this could sharpen inequalities or promotes equality. When, of course, we need to be mindful that there are some nuances as well, and that not everything is so direct, right? For example, the case with the family, as we know, a family market in the state, a lot of working class, black women, indigenous women have been fighting to have the right to care for their own families instead of caring for other upper classes families, right? So we need to be careful with these distinctions, but I think it's nevertheless a useful exercise to to try to distinguish what we mean by care and which kinds of policies we want to promote. Can we go to the next one? So public policies on care move between these two antagonistic positions represented in Latin America by ICLAC and IBD. Depending on their context, states have a variable range to act and direct resources of many types towards care. Broadly speaking, public policies of care can focus on the following dimensions. Can be normative changes to recognize care work, for example, the recognition of unpaid domestic work or domestic work in general in the Constitution. This is the case of Ecuador, Bolivia, and Brazil. The inclusion of the care economy in the national account systems, like is the case of Colombia, and the inclusion in the Constitution of the right to care, which is the case of Mexico City. Policies on paid caregiving leave, for example, extension of maternity or paternity leave, which is the case in Mexico and Chile. Universal paid maternal leave for all women workers, including informal workers, which is the case in Colombia. Policies around work-family balance could also be a step to recognize and redistribute care. For example, the Convention 156 by ILO focused on workers with family responsibilities. This has been ratified by Venezuela, Peru, Argentina, Uruguay, Chile, Guatemala, Bolivia, Ecuador, and Costa Rica. Social change campaigns, for example, Father from the Beginning, which was in Cuba, or the campaign I Will Take Care of It, which was in Argentina. These are broad public campaigns to promote like a cultural change and a change of values. And of course, these two were very much focused on men and masculinities and involving men in care work inside the families. Direct provision of care services, for example, through child development centers in Argentina or national subsystems of support and care in Chile. And of course, which is the main objective that we will all want that, if it was possible, the comprehensive care systems, which currently just exist in Uruguay and in Bogotá, which is the capital of Colombia. And in Uruguay, it has been changing a lot because of the change of the president, and so it's pretty much defunded now. And the another example could be the national policy of care, which is the case of Brazil, and I'm going to talk more about that. Can we go to the next one, please? So, of course, we would like to have comprehensive care systems, which will include all these following components, like care services creation and expansion, care services and working conditions regulation, paid care workers professionalization, information acknowledge management, and communications to promote cultural change and co-responsibility. Well, you can imagine all the obstacles that governments are saying that why this is not possible, because it will be super expensive to do this. So these are just some examples of policies on care that, of course, will have different impacts. A public campaign can be important to raise awareness and might contribute to the redistribution of care inside families, but it will have a very limited impact regarding the material conditions on which care is provided. In the Latin American context, marked by high socioeconomic inequalities, policies around care should consider at least the interaction between gender and class. Any policy that does not include certain criteria around class and income redistribution will likely end up reproducing inequalities between families who can purchase quality care services and families whose social reproduction is on the brink of depletion. To finish, I will present two examples of different care policies in leftist governments in Latin America, which are Colombia and Brazil. Brazil has promoted the creation and implementation of a national care policy. To design this policy, a collective process took place in the whole country through fieldwork, public consultation, and territorial analysis. This was useful to identify the main needs in the supply and demand of care. The national policy does not imply, this is important, does not imply the creation of a national system of care. Instead, a governmental dependence was created. The Secretary of the National Policies on Care depended on the Ministry of Social Development to coordinate the work of many national ministries like Work, Development, Natural Resources, etc. 20 national ministries in total are involved. The national policy on care has 4 main axes of action: rights for caretakers and care receivers, promoting decent work and improvement of working conditions for workers in the care services, including domestic workers, nurses, teachers, etc., acknowledging different cultural expressions of care and supporting collective communal care efforts and initiatives, And lastly, democratic governance, ensuring spaces of civil society participation in the monitoring and designing of national care policy. As explained by Jordana de Jesus, former director of care policies in Brazil, financing is obviously a limitation for the design and implementation of policies of care. Nevertheless, when understood as a pressing issue, as something that requires action now and not after economic growth or after fiscal reform or after something else, it compels the state to reorient its activities, budgets, and priorities. The national policy of care is, above all, an exercise of reorganization and coordination within available resources. And that's also, of course, a limitation, but that's also something that shows that it is possible to do things now with the current budget of the state. The second example is the case of the city of Bogota, which in 2021 started the Manzanas del Cuidado. I'm saying it in Spanish because there is not accurate translation because it's kind of a word game. Manzana means apple and block at the same time in Spanish. So it will be something like care block or care neighborhood. The program consists in building public spaces following a territorial approach and focusing mainly on marginalized communities or communities where there is a strong presence of unpaid caretakers, which is usually marginalized communities, women from the working class who do not participate in the labor market but devote most of their time to do unpaid domestic work for their families. The Manzanas are public buildings where caretakers can go at any time. There will always be someone to take care of their care receiver. So if there is a mom, they can always go to the Manzanas with their kids, and someone will take care of the kids while the mom does other activities, right? Thus allowing for the caretaker to take a break, to rest, read, or even to participate in activities taking place also in the Manzanas. For example, yoga lessons, financial education, workshops, swimming lessons, among other services. This practically allows a recognition of work and addresses one of care work and addresses one of the classical questions of feminist economies: who takes care of the caretaker? The Manzanas are a space of building communities and redistributing care work. Currently, there are 25 Manzanas in the city of Bogota. This program has been recognized as one of the most creative and important policies of care in the region. Can we watch a video? It's very short, it's just 1 minute about the Manzanas, and it's in Spanish, but you can see pretty much what is the idea. Can we play the video? Yes.
Cuando finalice el año serán 20. Hacen parte del sistema distrital de cuidado y ofrecen servicios a las mujeres cuidadoras de la localidad. Allí pueden acceder a servicios de formación para terminar el bachillerato, a servicios de bienestar como piscina, baile o yoga y servicios de generación de ingresos.
Llevamos más de 400.000 atenciones a las personas cuidadoras.
Las Manzanas ofrecen el uso de la lavandería comunitaria y solo deben llevar el jabón, pues tanto este servicio como todos los demás son gratuitos.
Un servicio que nos ha ayudado, no se imaginan cuánto.
En Bogotá hay una manzana en cada localidad. Para mayor información ingrese a www.manzanasdelcuidado.gov.co.
There's also a community laundry in the Manzanas, in every Manzana, so women can go there and use the machines. And of course, there are better machines than the ones that they have at their house, so that also is good for their time. And it follows a territorial approach. As I was saying, there is one Manzana del Cuidado in each Manzana, in each kind of neighborhood. Well, that's the idea, but so far there are only 25. So these two examples show some of the efforts that are being done in Latin America. There are other policies more oriented towards direct cash transfers to subsidizing the care industry, outsourcing care services to private companies while the state pays for them. Public-private partnerships have also been promoted and implemented. So the landscape varies a lot between countries and inside the countries as well. The orientation of care policies depend, of course, on a specific context and possibilities. As feminist economists, we have worked very hard to position care and social reproduction as a public matter, as something that needs to be collectively reorganized. I can say without doubt that care has become politically relevant pretty much in all Latin American countries. Nevertheless, it is our responsibility now to insist on which type of care do we want to have and to ensure that care keeps its potential for radical economic transformation. To do this, I will suggest the following points. There are already. To acknowledge care in its relation to class and therefore to workers' rights and working conditions. To be able to care more, it is necessary that the private sector assumes part of its responsibility, but not as care providers, but as ensuring workers' right to family and personal balance. To focus on the most vulnerable and excluded populations who bear the burden of economic and climate injustices. To move towards universal policies of care, for example, providing universal paid maternal leave, which will also cover informal workers, is a step towards making the whole society responsible for care and not only mothers or the family. To keep as a political horizon a society where care is at the center of our activities and not just another source of profit and inequality, as it is likely to become if the path that we follow is to strengthen the care industry. And finally, social participation is essential to collectively define needs around care and ways to meet them. Although the state is, of course, a relevant actor who should provide infrastructure and services, care is a set of social relations where democratic participation is key. We pursue a political horizon where it is not the market or the state who define those social relations, but citizens through collective mechanisms. The case of participatory budgeting in Brazil is a good exercise in that direction, as it is the emphasis of Las Manzanas on creating and promoting communities. In this regard, the support and inclusion of communitarian efforts around care are essential. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalia. All the three presentations are very powerful, and actually they are talking each other. So I think there's a large number of questions are coming. We have 20 more minutes for the discussion, so please come with your questions, brief, short, and targeted, and we will have a very good discussion after these three strong presentations.
Thank you for all the three presentation. One question for Swastika. Can you hi, I'm here. Nalini. I'm just little curious to know how the sexual harassment can be a part of production. So I'm really confused. Second thing about the care policies, what is the status of paternity leave? Paternity leave for a father, because in Sri Lanka we have 3 days for the father to take you to hospital, bring him back home, and registration, keeping the name, just 3 days. So we are like, raising voice for the paternity leave need to be increased for father. So I would like to know about, because I couldn't see in that your presentation, and you said paid leave for mother, and also we need child care facilities in the office or factory or wherever they can bring their child peacefully without having burden. So government need to spend more money for giving such opportunities, to make the women work and increase their productivity. Otherwise, I'm a mother, I know. We are worried about child and we won't give our full efficient and effective way of working. So I just need a clarification or just input from you.
you so much for these three really interesting and thought-provoking presentations. My question comes out of yours, Swastika, but I think it applies then to the other two presenters as well. What you said about the particular example of nighttime work made me think about the right to not work, right? And how that is a particular kind of limited, contingent example of the right to not work and workers insisting on the right to not work at night. And I'm wondering whether the right to not work is something that we need to think about in conversation with all three presentations. I wonder whether we've taken for granted the right to work in crisis in the third world, right, as all that the most fundamental and absolute right in relation to labor, and what happens to our anti-capitalist movements, what happens to our labor movements when we take that assumption as a given, right? That all people have a right to work and that's it. And that we don't balance it by also considering the right to not work and how that figures into emancipatory politics.
I have a quick question for Nadia. I was curious, the care centers, are these funded by the municipalities? And it'll be interesting to know like what percentage of the budget goes to maintain them, because I can just imagine the counter argument saying this is expensive, but it seems so worth such a useful social investment. So it'll be good to know, what it takes in terms of financial terms and what the community contribution is for that. And to Neera, I think you spoke about the need for attitudinal change, right? Because it's very easy to change laws and not always easy, but that's easier than doing anything else. And what can people do, either civil society or governments, to really work on attitudinal change? Because in many ways, I feel even attitudes towards women have really regressed in the years. So education, development within quotes, none of that has helped. Attitude has really regressed for women, and what we can do to counter that.
Hello, my name is Noor Jahan. I work in a feminist organization called Bunishika. It is based in Dhaka, Bangladesh. So one of my questions is for Nida. So you said there are a lot of women in Pakistan who completed their higher education. So I'm wondering, is there any possibility for them to use the online platform to use their knowledge and skill? Because of course there are a lot of restriction and scrutiny in the name of Parda, but can we come up with any strategy or policy to make this platform for women who have so many restrictions to go outside to use the platform while they stay in their homes? And the other one is, one of you can just answer, which is we talk about recognizing and rewarding care work. And recently we can see the increasing number of women doing making vlogs about their everyday life, about their family. And so can we use that to promote and recognize and reward women's care work, because that shows glimpse of their everyday life and struggles. So can we use the digital platform not only just to make it safe for women, but also enlighten others about women's unpaid care work? And also, how can we make it collaborative work with every ministry and activists, specifically young activists, and not only just women but men human rights and other activists also. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for everything. And I'm Sachi, I'm a student in sciences. I had sort of 3 simple questions. One about union. I think one of the biggest reasons, personally at least, that we don't participate in unions is that unions don't provide value. In that they don't, instead of building community and empowering people, they are a tool to basically extract power, appropriate power in service of same structures. And I feel like that has been the case over the last maybe couple of decades, especially my experience in the US, and I think that's the case here. Instead of organizing people, taking care of each other and giving them collective power, it's used to bring people into some political or some leadership battle. The other thing is about care. So this is a sort of heuristic question: can a state truly provide care for an individual? In that care seems to be something, true meaning of the word has to have some subjective element, right? I have to be recognized by another subjective being to feel cared. And I think state can provide resources but cannot provide care. And I think when we talk about care, especially in terms of, the other question is like in terms of public care and sort of idea of democracy, right? These things also have the sense of homogenizing populations, and sort of it some ways presupposes individualism. And I feel there's a big sort of thought arc that it connects to sort of these Western enlightenment ideas and rejecting sort of our traditional sort of ideas of what care, society, communities are.
Hi, sorry. Thank you very much, presenters. I've been following so keenly, and I really appreciate your presentations. One of the questions has been already given, but I have another small question that was lingering in my mind about care. Care. One of the presenters said care for who, and who resources the care, and I just started feeling like if the government is providing care, then the government is like key. But if individuals are providing care to each other, then it becomes slightly interesting. I'm looking at how this trend, growing trend, especially in the pre-COVID and the period that has followed, we've seen so many women, young women leaving the global south and going to work outside. And I want to see how much of the state ombudsman is working to protect women abroad, like those who go to the Middle East. I think this is an area that actually government can play a big role, but how much is activism in that area? Like how are we working towards emancipating women who actually go to provide care outside of Sri Lanka, for example? I would be very interested in that, because we want to see who cares for who and by who. Then we want to see when we are flagging them off to, for example, Middle East, how do we observe the process, and how do we make sure that they are getting the care they need when they come back, or even when they are still there? Just something to shed light on. Thank you.
My question is a quick one to maybe Swastika. During that, in the Wickremesinghe government, there were a lot of talks about bringing in new laws, labor laws for the transgender community. I'm not sure whether they were done in consultation with the community, or how problematic or progressive they were, and whether they have a proper consultation with the community. Has there been any effort to sort of understand the problematic areas of bringing in labor laws for the transgender community without proper consultation within the community itself? Has there been any effort?
One suggestion that we will have another round of questions after the response of the speakers.
So on the first question of how sexual harassment is tied into production process, I can give specific examples as well as general experience. What happens is, I'll start from my own experience working with garment workers. So a garment worker goes into a factory on a particular day, and her wage is tied to how much she produces. A target is set, 100 sleeves per hour or something. And usually these targets are set, the companies would set it by experimenting on one of the most senior workers. So they would be more experienced, so they can do it quickly under certain conditions. And not all workers can achieve that target. So they set that target, and her wage is tied to that target. So she's also trying to achieve that wage, that target. So then, in order to achieve that target, she's not just left on her own will or whatever, can you achieve this, can't you achieve it? The company would use supervisors who are either women who are then supervised by men, but mostly the top supervising management level, HR and all are like men. And they would compel the worker to reach the target. And because our society is inherently patriarchal and they have certain values on women, usually the compulsion on women happens through sexual harassment. And usually it's verbal sexual harassment. So this happens every day. This happens every day in the factory. And a worker works around, they are supposed to work for only 9 hours with 1 hour break and so on. But usually they end up working overtime because overtime payment is also part of the wage structure. If they don't do the overtime work, their wages fall by at least 30-40%. So worker has to do overtime. That's not an option given to workers. And a worker also has to meet a particular target. Otherwise, the wage structure again would fall down. So because of these two issues, what happens is, in a day, for around 12 hours, a female worker is listening to degrading things about her for 6 days a week. So imagine that, you go to a factory, you're constantly listening to how useless you are, all kinds of colorful words about you because you're a woman, 6 days a week, 12 hours a day, and you're listening to that. That is what is in your mind on a day-to-day basis. So if that is what is instilled, that you are useless, you're a woman, you're useless, you can't even meet this target, then how do you expect any kind of agency or whatever these words which people use in a garment worker? Because this is what she's going through on a day-to-day basis. So that is why I always say, you can't take sexual harassment in a one-off incident. There are, of course, really bad sexual violence which happens inside. Last year, a female worker was subjected to horrendous sexual violence, and she is now fired from the factory or outside the factory, while the person who sexually harassed her is back in his employment, while a case is going on against him. So there are horrible incidents like this. But what happens is, we focus on those horrible incidents, and we forget the fact that this is a day-to-day experience of garment workers, and they are not able to counter it because they don't have an independent structure speaking for them on a day-to-day basis inside the factory or inside the workplace. So this is not only garment workers, BPO sector workers. When 2 years back, when I was in the National Labour Advisory Council, when they were trying to bring night work for BPO sectors, I requested to go and speak to female workers who are working in night in the BPO sector. The Employers Federation blocked me from speaking to BPO sector workers, female workers, because no one is unionized. So they didn't want a unionist to go and speak to ununionized workers. So that is why I say is that we can't take sexual harassment, remove it and say this is a one-off incident. When an incident happens, we all get together and fight for justice. It's not like that. It's part of the entire structure of forcing a woman to produce to keep the economy running. So that is what I meant when I said it's part and parcel of the production process. On this question of the right to not work, I'm glad you asked this, because in Sri Lanka, we don't have sick leave, right? In our labor law, an employee does not have the right to be sick. So if I fall, I'm a lawyer, so I can take holidays if I don't have work, I can take holidays. So if I fall sick, then I would, put a motion in court, and then I would be sick. But if you're an employee, you don't have the right. You have to go to work even though you're sick. So the right not to work is tied to so many things. Night work, when a person should be sleeping, sick leave, overtime. Overtime is not an option in many places. You have to do overtime work. It's not like an option given. So yes, you have this compartmentalization. You have these things, 8-hour work, 8-hour leisure, 8-hour sleep. But on a daily basis, if you go and speak to workers in Sri Lanka, they're already working 12 hours per day. But even with 12 hours of work, their wages are not enough. So on top of doing that 12-hour work, after a shift, they go and drive a trishaw. They go and do a pick-me, hire. So worker in Sri Lanka today is not working 8 hours. He or she is not working 12 hours. She's literally working 24 hours. And even then, the amount of money they're earning is not enough. So I think the right not to work is also tied to decent wages, which is something which we don't even have the language to fight for in countries like Sri Lanka. So that is the second question. The third one is on this idea of care and about Western versus Eastern, the state. I'm a bit more, because I deal with the practical things. Like, for me, I think the state should take responsibility of it, because we are living in a capitalist economy. And yes, there are Eastern ideas of care where families must take care of each other and all of that. But like, let's say, when I see on a day-to-day basis, when I see a worker, for instance, she is stuck with a child, right? She can't go to work because the child is there. The man is, I don't know what the man is doing. Anyway, she's stuck with the child. And then, like, how does she go to work? How does she look after the child? So usually what happens, and this is happening increasingly in the garment sector, is that they go and put the child in an orphanage, where state is not funding the orphanages enough, and that the children get abused there. So I think, yes, there are certain barriers and there are certain problems with us, conceptualizing the state as a sole caretaker or the sole caregiver in a particular context. But in a country which is in a state of crisis, where people are struggling to survive, I think in situations like that, the state has an overbearing responsibility to come up with a solution for it, and not burden individual people and not burden communities to come up with structures in terms of care. So maybe this is a very, I have not thought through care work, but in my day-to-day experience with working with workers, I feel the state is not stepping up enough to give care services particularly to female workers, and instead pushing this so-called labor force participation without actually looking at structures which is preventing women from comfortably engaging in workplaces without endangering whoever they are taking care of. And the last question is, I hope I answered your question. I mean, maybe others also can answer. On the question of the trans community, I was not aware. I mean, I know of certain conversations which have gone on between members of the trans community and the government in terms of labor law reforms and so on. And I think we do need labor law reforms when it comes to hiring trans workers and so on, because that day when I was talking to a trans worker, she said, the discrimination does not even happen to us at the workplace. The discrimination for us happens even before we are hired, because we are not even hired to do work, right? So I think for trans communities, wide consultation has to happen. There's also a lot of transphobia in our country also. So we have to, there has to be a wide consultation, particularly with members of the trans community before we bring in a labor law reform, because otherwise it's going to be a mess, like all other labor law reforms which this government or the previous government has been proposing. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much for all your questions. I hope maybe I won't have time to answer all of them, but we can talk outside, or some of you I will see you in the next days. So about paternity leave, I think that's, of course, there should be more days of paternity leave, because men should also be involved. That's part of the cultural and economic change that we want, right? And when we talk about care, we usually talk a lot about a lot of contradictions, right? Because sometimes it seems like we go in this direction because it's the most pressing one, like supporting women, because we know that historically women have been in charge of care. But then we leave men outside and we end up reproducing this biological understanding of care and social reproduction, right? Because we focus only on women, so we are basically saying that women should be in charge of that. So that's why we need to include men, and men in care policies, and men in like this cultural change and all of that. But it has to be hand in hand, because I remember this focus group that we did in Mexico with women, and we asked them if paternity leave will be helpful for them and for their families. And they said no, They said, no, because in that case I will have the baby and my husband to take care of. So, no, I don't want him at home. So it has to be like, you know, these changes in public policies, but also in the cultural values and attitudes of men and the society in general. And about care in the labor market, I mean, again, we have a lot of contradictions because on the one hand, yes, we want the state to provide and also to private sector to provide facilities so women can, for example, have spaces to care in their working spaces and all of that, or without the working spaces, just leave the kids in a safe space so they can go to work. If we see care again as an obstacle or mainly an obstacle for women's participation in the labor market. But then that's why it is so important that we also talk about the right to care, right? The right to receive care and the right to give care. Because if we ask women, like, yes, of course they want to participate in the labor market, but we also want to have time to care for our family, our friends, our babies, our pets. I don't know, we also need time to do that. It's not, like the solution is not just to distribute everything through policies and through the market and through the public space, because we also need that space to take care of the people that we love and we want to spend time with them. So we are talking about a different kind of society, a society in which we have the room to take those decisions, to make those decisions, and the freedom to exercise care as a right in many senses, right? So this is also connected to the right to not work and anti-capitalist movements. And I think the demand to the discourse and the narrative around care started very much as an anti-capitalist discourse, right? If we trace the history, and it's very interesting how it changed from care work, reproductive work, and now we're just talking about care and not even care work, right? It has gone through a lot of changes. But if we trace the history of those discussions of social reproduction and the double or triple oppression of women, they pretty much started with anti-capitalist movement, especially the Marxist feminists, right? Who were the first ones to talk about this oppression and this double oppression of women by capitalism, but because of gender and class, of course. So it has changed a lot, and there are a lot of discourses and viewpoints now around care. So that's why I try to insist on that, and that it's very important which agenda are we pushing in terms of care, right? And we need to take into account the history of the concept, the genealogy of the concept and the struggle, because of course women of color, black women, and women from the global south have a very different history regarding care and paid care work. So we need to take that also into account when we make our demands. So it's not as easy and as binary as saying, because women have to care so they cannot participate in the labor market and therefore they are more vulnerable, so we need to remove this obstacle. It's not really like that. I mean, I know in some institutions it's being talked about like that, but I don't think that's the case. For example, in Latin America, we talk a lot in the feminist movement. When we talk about care, we are trying not to talk much about care because of this. We are talking more about the sustainability of life and of this conflict between capital and the sustainability of life, right? So I think we as feminists, we are trying to say like, okay, we position care as something important and now it has become this, and now what do we do, right? Like, should we talk about that in different terms? Should we use a different concept, or well? So I think I leave it there. I know there are some other questions that I didn't reply, but I will reply later.
Okay, I think I just have two questions. One big one from Dr. Sakuntala, and one also big one about online platforms. So I know I finished my talk with this kind of, we need cultural change, and then just like a few points about what can be done, because it is, I think, much more complicated than bullet points can capture. And perhaps we need a lot more research on contexts where we have seen gender attitudes changing and what really took place in those contexts. But I know in Pakistan and perhaps across the region, we have seen over the last 2 decades a really worrying trend of rising conservative attitudes around gender roles. And there have been papers written about this, and the statistics are also showing that, you know, education's going up, but attitudes aren't changing, and there's actually a backlash that's going on. Perhaps that backlash is also, you know, part of the response to feminist movements that emerged during the, you know, from the 70s onwards in this region, and even before that time. And maybe that's a marker of the success of feminist movements, that there's been such a backlash, but it's also something that's very, very worrying. I don't have a quick answer to this extremely complicated question, but I think one issue is that we aren't teaching gender studies in our schools, and even in higher education in Pakistan, when we have women in gender studies departments, most often what I've observed, and I was speaking to Dr. Sumangala about this as well, our women in gender studies departments are also teaching quite anti-feminist forms of theory or ideas around traditional gender roles and complementarity, and it doesn't seem like it's actually being taught in a feminist manner. In our university, our gender and sexuality studies is a separate minor, and that often happens is that you get a separate major or minor, a separate department, but then the rest of the university isn't really talking about gender and sexuality, only this small department is talking about it. So how do we take gender studies outside of these silos and bring them in to the mainstream academic discourse, educational discourse, also start earlier? But again, only education is not the key, because many people don't have access to education, and most people don't have access to higher education where a lot of these conversations are happening. So how do we get the mainstream media to actually pick up these issues and start to integrate this into the popular media? To what extent has this been successful? I know India, we see a lot more kind of feminist content coming out in Bollywood and in mainstream television. But we also see a regression in terms of attitudes around gender as well. So is that enough? This is another big question. How much can we use social media? We know our younger generations are really getting most of their information from social media now. And what we're all talking about globally is this polarization that's taking place in social media, where you have now all of these misogynistic platforms that are coming up, and accounts, and people like Andrew Tate that even young men and boys in Pakistan are listening to. So social media cannot be the answer, but definitely we need to focus on that as well, in terms of putting out more kind of progressive ideas around gender roles. Because without it, these laws, and we've talked about paternity leave in this conversation quite a bit. So in Pakistan, we actually do have a paternity leave law that was passed 2 or 3 years ago. Nobody seems to know about it. There was no public debate. There was no public discussion. I'm not sure if the government was just ticking a box for one of their donors, but it's actually not being implemented. I've never heard it being implemented. Even in my university, which is considered to be progressive, we have 3-day paternity leave policy, whereas maternity leave is, I think, 3 months. So, you know, what's the point of these policies when there's no public debate, public discussion? What role is the state playing? We know in Pakistan, the state has been putting forward extremely right-wing, regressive ideas around gender over the past 4 decades. So how can we make the state move beyond just passing the laws and actually putting effort into changing the culture as well? And it's not a question I have an answer to, but I think it needs to be multi-pronged. And maybe we can keep talking about this over the next day or a few days for those who are in the workshop. Online spaces, I think, have been put forward a lot by people in Pakistan as the answer to women's problems. But what we've seen is that women, first of all, most women in Pakistan don't have access to online spaces because we have one of the biggest digital gender gaps in the world. But for that minority that do, oftentimes what happens is that it's just a way, kind of like the flexible working hours idea, that gives women, doubles their work, basically. It doesn't question the fact that they should be staying at home, responsible for unpaid work, care work, and just says, look, now you have this online platform that you can use. You still have to do all of the unpaid care work in the home, and then you use your extra time to be able to engage in digital platforms. So I think that digital platforms as a solution is something we should be a little bit cautious of, because oftentimes it doesn't challenge the idea that women's rightful place should be at the home. Thank you.
Is there any more questions? No? No time. Okay. So we are compelled to close down the session because the lunch is waiting for us. And this, I know that this session was very dense with presenting many ideas, many challenges, and the shifts happening through the journey of the idea of care work and women's subordination, etc., etc. So many of your questions can be reserved for the next sessions, and we can have it also outside the hall. We can also continue our discussions. And I am extremely thankful to all my fellow panelists, Nida, Natalia, and Swastika, for articulating their points within the time frame and very forcefully presenting their arguments. And it's a wonderful experience to be part of this panel. Thank you very much.
We'll have a 45-minute lunch break, and we'll be back after that.
to the afternoon sessions. And this session is going to be addressing possibly what might be some of the most contentious issues to do with gender empowerment. And like with labor force participation rates that we discussed in the morning, the question of financial inclusion has been one of the most contentious issues, and also something that brings governments, neoliberalism, and the private sector into feminist economics in a very substantive way. And I won't say very much over here. We have a wonderful panel. I'll just introduce all of them, and then they'll speak one by one. First, we have Dr. Amali Vedagegara. She is a feminist political economist, currently affiliated with the Bandaranaike Center for International Studies as a senior researcher. Her PhD research has been on something that's very, very critical to Sri Lanka, Debt and Resistance, a study of agrarian women's protests in Sri Lanka. And her PhD explores the dynamics of private household debt on people and women's political agency. She's been extremely active in the debt justice networks in Sri Lanka. And her research interests have been in the political economy of finance, gender and development, and third world politics. The second speaker is Minnie Sukumar, Minnie who was chairing the previous session. Minnie teaches women's studies at the Department of Women's Studies in the University of Calicut in Kerala, and she is a member of the State Planning Board in Kerala. Actively involved with the women's movement in Kerala from the early 1990s and associated with Stree Padana Kendram, the first women's collective that raised cultural and social issues relating to the women's question in Kerala. She's also a founder member of Women's Imprint, a feminist publishing house. She was National General Secretary of the Indian Association for Women's Studies, a professional association that aims to further women's studies as an interdisciplinary academic field concerned with women in different disciplines within and beyond educational institutions. Our third speaker is from IDEAS, Mayada Hassanen. She's from Sudan, lives in Egypt. She's a senior program officer for feminist economics for Africa with IDEAS. Previously, she's been a researcher at the Feminist Economics Project at the Institute for Economic Justice, South Africa. She's been a Chevening Scholar and an Atlas Core Fellow. Her research interests focus on political economy, exploring how economic and social policies impact women's lives. And last but not the least, to use a cliche, we have Ahilan Kadir Gamar, who's been one of the organizers of this conference, along with me and others. Ahilan is in the Department of Sociology at the University of Jaffna, and his research interests include agrarian change, cooperatives, and economic alternatives. He regularly writes on the political economy of Sri Lanka in various newspapers and journals in Sri Lanka and India. He's currently honorary chair of the Northern Cooperative Development Bank and a member of the Executive Committee of IDEAS. So this is going to be the panel, and the session is titled Poverty Alleviation, Financial Inclusion, and Women as Entrepreneurs. So I'll invite Amali to speak first.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for, I think, IDEAS and LSD for putting together this first feminist economics conference in Sri Lanka. And it's an honor to share about, it's an ongoing movement, actually, of indebted women in Sri Lanka. And what I am going to share is what I learned from working with the movement of women victimized by predatory microfinance in Sri Lanka. So today I'm going to, the topic is such poverty alleviation, financial inclusion, and entrepreneurship. So I'm going to discuss what microfinance has done to low-income women in Sri Lanka, especially in the rural sector. And taking the cue from Professor Jayati Ghosh, I'm also going to pose the question, what kind of economy do we want? What kind of economy works for people? So the same question in case of microfinance and the financial system, what kind of financial system do we want? Because we are trying to come out of a financial crisis, economic crisis in Sri Lanka, and the government and the bureaucrats, the international financial institutions tells us that the financial system is sacrosanct, that you have to safeguard, you cannot disrupt it. But the people that I am working with, the indebted women, think otherwise. The financial system has not really worked for them, that it has trapped them in this vicious cycle of debt. And their whole campaign is to really dismantle this financial system, which is a predatory system. In there, I think we have to talk about, regulation, because in Sri Lanka, with microfinance, we are at a phase where the regulation is posed as the solution to the microfinance problem. So again, because the indebted women, I think they are, along with the anti-microfinance campaign that rolled out in Sri Lanka from 2017 onwards, led by women's groups and the cooperatives in the north, and to the indebted women in the south, who took the leadership thereon, were demanding regulation, and particularly to discipline the big finance, which has entrapped them in this debt cycle. And I think I'm not going to engage it here, but also to discuss, because we are talking about financial inclusion in line with poverty alleviation, what kind of credit can really create wealth for people? Because as for now, what we have seen when we talk about the microfinance crisis is that the debt dispersed in the form of microfinance has only created wealth for the big finance companies and the lackeys. It has dispossessed women, dispossessed women, driven them to suicide, and hasn't really created wealth. So what kind of credit can create wealth for women, for peasant farmers and workers? So to go on forward, I would like to call your attention, because I think in Sri Lanka and maybe elsewhere also, we tend to treat things in binaries. We see that there's the formal financial markets, there's the informal financial market. But from my experiences with the indebted women, I see that both these sectors work in harmony. They're not actually disconnected. That it's a financial landscape with multiple finance providers, like there's the microfinance companies, there are the cooperatives, there are others like Sarvodaya, Sanasa, again within the cooperative framework, the community-based organizations, farmers' banks, Samurdhi is the government program, various lending companies who are registered as limited guaranteed companies. Then there are boutique owners, neighbors, relatives. So there are these traditional sources, and then there are other mechanisms that people have devised. Some of them community organized, some of them comes as service providers. And so in a very academic and very kind of policy framework, you tend to categorize these organizations and individuals into formal and informal. But in reality, there's no dichotomy like that. In real life, everybody works together. And then everybody works together because there is the financial food chain. That usually the organized finance, provides, despite whatever the slogans they use, whether for sustainable development goals, empowerment of women, poverty alleviation. Ultimately, they are driven by their profit motives. They use various slogans to do marketing, to reach out, but the profit motive is the driving force. So when this provision of credit is commercialized in the sense that the sole motive becomes maximizing profit, it eventually benefits everybody else in the financial landscape who are driven by profit motives. Like you will see that a woman who gets her first microfinance loan from a microfinance provider will be forced, because these microfinance loans in Sri Lanka and maybe elsewhere as well, because of the high interest loans, right? The interest rate is very high. The regulated interest rate a couple of years ago was at 35%, which is the highest interest rate in Sri Lanka at that point. The unregulated, like the actual interest rate, exceeded 35% to 40%, the 48%, sometimes to 200%. So when you think about how the interest rate works, because these loans are disbursed for income generation activities, but what kind of economy grows at 35%? So which means that because it is, everybody knows that a woman who borrows at 35% or even 20% cannot really pay that loan by the income that she generates from the livelihood, that the entrepreneurial activity that she proposes to undertake. So a second and third loan are automatically built into the first loan. So the cycle goes on. In average, a woman will have around 4 loans per person. And when these things kind of go into arrears, when the women default, they are, because, the financial, what happens is that these are registered finance companies, right? And they operate within the regulated framework within the central bank, and the default women's information goes into the CRIB. There are these credit information bureaus. I think in Sri Lanka we call it CRIB. In India it would be a different name, but these centralizing databases, which includes information of borrowers. So once you default, you are either excluded from accessing safe and cheap, not cheap really, but some kind of concessional credit from the so-called formal financial mechanisms. So you are either excluded because most of the companies refuse to lend to you, or the companies take advantage from the fact that you are enlisted in the CRIB by issuing loans at higher interest rates. So being listed in the CRIB gives the companies an automatic authority to increase the interest rate because you are from the higher risk category. So which I think goes on. So when you look at how microfinance has worked, it's going against the original kind of various enunciations, like people like Muhammad Yunus, or in Sri Lanka, the equivalent of Muhammad Yunus was Kotalawala, who's one of the pioneers of microfinance business in Sri Lanka, initiating Selingko Grameen in 1996. He also called himself the banker of the poor. They look at this women, low-income women, as a very designated category. So you have these equivalent terms for microfinance called poverty finance. And then there are other, in the feminist discourse, we discuss about the feminization of poverty. So everything is there. In Sri Lanka, the Gami Pubuduwa, it's like the first kind of commercial, but privately driven microfinance. First program was in 1989 called Gami Pubudua. Apart from that, there was the government program, Jana Savia, which paralleled. Then connected to the Jana Savia program, the Janashakti banking system, which evolved into a microfinance organization, again in 1989. The Selinco, as I said, 1996. So there are various phases through which the microfinance has evolved in Sri Lanka. And the commercializing phase comes through the involvement of international financial organizations like ADB, who actively and very aggressively push for commercializing microfinance industry by removing various government mechanisms to provide rural credit. There is this document that they came up in 2023 to commercialize I think even the title is Commercializing Microfinance. And it has enlisted various suggestions for the government to do in order to commercialize microfinance, and unfortunately the governments subsequently have done all of that. So whatever the microfinance crisis that we see now, you can draw very direct correlations with what ADB suggested. And you have excessive, the pro-profit lending has driven people to dispossession. They have lost various, their bare minimum assets they had. But microfinance companies in return have multiplied. You might have heard about LOLC, which is, for a bankrupt country like Sri Lanka, is one of the most prominent transnational companies, right? They have invested in other South Asian countries like Pakistan, Myanmar, to Southeast Asian countries, to Central European countries, to African countries. It's a transnational company, a Sri Lankan origin. So, when you look at what microfinance have done, the campaign or the mission to forward and extend financial inclusion, what they have actually done is to financial disenfranchise low-income women. So I explained earlier how unpayable debt exclude women from or deny their access to formal finance sources. And not only that, it denies women the right to the access to formal financial sources, it also denies their customary rights. Because we know that a lot of women have these traditional mechanisms and in day-to-day various practices of creditworthiness in the village, right? Like you will go to borrow from a boutique in your neighborhood. The boutique, the vendor will know you and know that you will pay and give you these various consumption goods on credit, right? So these are various traditional customary things that people do, various practices or strategies, survival strategies that women practice. But because what microfinance has done is to exploit the social fabric, these social networks of trust, and so that to an abusive extent, that it has damaged the social fabric. Not only microfinance companies have denied women to safe accesses of other forms of credit, that they have also denied women of their customary rights. And the other element of microfinance in crisis is how it has created this financial enclosure. I did not really realize it until this new bill came to Sri Lanka, was introduced to regulate microfinance in 2023. What the bill tried to do was to bring in this overarching regulatory framework called the Microfinance and Credit Regulatory Authority Act, which they exempted big finance companies that the borrowers find fault with for creating the debt trap. under the pretext that the big finance companies are already regulated with the central bank, and proposes to regulate everybody else, starting from the community-based credit providers to various other grassroots forms of associations providing credit. So everybody was put together under the umbrella term of microfinance. So when we are trying to see that there is a diverse, I think in one of my first slides I said that there is a diverse range of credit providers with various different identities. We cannot club them. I mean, literally we can say that they are microfinance because they provide small credit. But microfinance being a very specific financial instrument, you cannot conflate with, say, like credit that the cooperatives provide, or the credit that a community-based organization will provide. Microfinance is a very specific product, often disbursed with profit motives, and often externally financed. Right? There's a lot of transnational funders to the microfinance companies in Sri Lanka also. So when you conflate microfinance to identify all other forms of credit, it has really killed the diversity in rural credit. So that's one type of enclosure that we discovered. The other type is, now when a regulatory framework proposes to regulate everybody else apart from the real culprits, it creates a problem where it denies that regulation become the ultimate authority to decide who can provide credit. It becomes a problem because it encloses the traditional right people had to organize their credit needs. So with microfinance crisis, what we learned was that people don't want to borrow from microfinance companies anymore. They don't even like the term microfinance. They say it's because it brings debt to you, and in Sinhala we say debt is naya, right? And death is maranaya. So there are these, the term is used as an equivalent to a death note, microfinance. So that's the extent of anger and opposition to the microfinance loan. So when people oppose microfinance at the very community level, the government through regulation tries to impose the term microfinance on all the other forms of rural credit providers. And when people try to, for example, the indebted women that I work with, because there's no other system for them to fall back. A lot of them are in the crib, enlisted, and they cannot borrow from other finance companies, and the commercial banks don't lend to them. So, and the cooperatives are there, sometimes not there, so there's no proper mechanism for them to fall back. So they are trying to create whatever the credit they need by themselves from the scratch. So when the regulatory framework comes and say, okay, you cannot do anything, you cannot collect deposits, you cannot lend without being registered, you are denying people their right to organize credit. So that's the ultimate form of financial enclosure that we see in Sri Lanka. So I think to conclude, I would like to bring your attention, because the debtors' protests that we see in Sri Lanka demand discipline of big finance. Right? So people are not opposing regulation. They want the regulations to be there. But if you try to bring various narratives to soften the stance towards big finance, there are various narratives doing that, saying that they're already regulated, but the problem is that they're not regulated enough, or there are loopholes within the regulatory framework. And other elements that the regulators should take note of is to make sure that the regulations are not going to deny people their right to organize credit. the credit that people will really benefit from, the credit that can create wealth for people and empower them. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am very happy to be invited to present about one of the success stories of women's networks in our from our place called Kerala, the southernmost part of state of India. So it's also based on the experience of microcredit in a larger scale, but it has some certain amount of difference with the traditional or the most spread approaches of microcredit. So we can see that like a different type of approach to organize women around microcredit groups and to become them and to try to become part of the local level development. So that story is little bit different from other states and other parts of the at a global level, but at the same time there are a lot of similarities and lot of similar concerns to be shared with. So in Kerala, we have one of the largest network of women self-help groups called Kudumbashree. Their name is called Kudumbashree. It is like a community-based network of women. So before going to start with the journey of Kudumbashree, I wish to place it within the context of the microcredit, the journey of microcredit in India, and how the state policies and state initiatives have been influenced that journey. So I will start with them. With 2 slides, I will give a picture which may be similar to other states and other countries in the world. No, next. Yeah, start with. Okay. Next slide. Okay. In the mid of 1960s, India has this nationalization of big banks, and after that there's a long period of rural microcredit, which is directly targeted to mainly to the farmers and other people. But we can see a shift from that direct credit programs to in the scene of rural credit into group lending. From 1980s onwards, there are different types of group lending programs started. Mainly it was supported by Government of India, and women were mobilized around self-help groups for such programs. And in that process, the role of NGOs was very important, and also the role of government agencies was very important to encourage the credit-based activities around these smaller groups of women. And during that period, there was a very successful program was launched by Government of India for starting this self-help groups around creating livelihood options for rural women, which is called DWCRA. It's a development of women and children in the rural areas. In that approach, the self-help group, self-help of smaller women's group was adopted. And it was already influenced by the global movement of microcredit programs, but at that time the major focus was on livelihood. And in that period, there are different types of donor-driven models were also in place, which was already Amali was also talked about how the international agencies and donors were very important in creating these donor-driven models, and which is replicating the Grameen Bank model of Bangladesh. It was very much spread in many states of India, mainly the southern states mainly. Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka, they are very active, but in Kerala there are very limited number of such programs were in that period. And later on, this National Bank of Rural Development, NABARD, came into the picture, and they were also inspired by the success of these programs, and they started this linkage programs to SIGs, linkage loans given to the SIGs, and they used that linkage loans to create the microcredit programs, and which was considered as a very successful model. And lately, after that, the NABARD has given it a priority status, and also the Reserve Bank of India has approved it as a main activity of the banks. In general, the banks were all happy with this bulk lending to one or two NGOs or one or two agencies, and later that it is channelized into the SIGs. That model was pretty good, considered pretty good in terms of repayment due to the peer pressure of the microcredit members, and mainly women who are not, they are afraid of the other repercussions within the society and within the families for not paying the repaying. So in that period, the lending of SIGs and this through the NGOs, and it has been very popular. But later on, this microfinance agencies become very popular, and also they become very strong. But this collective management SIG, the role of SIGs and their role in the rural areas and in terms of women's empowerment and other things were appreciated, and it was taken as a very good model for mobilizing women around some of their very pertinent issues they are facing at the ground level. So the concept of SIGs caught the imagination of government and NGOs and many other, even the political parties, and sometimes it was part of the total literacy programs initiated by the government. So that approach was very much there. And later, the government of India has, they have consolidated many of such programs and started this National Rural Livelihood Mission, and that was directly supporting this approach and this microcredit all over India. In that period, the state poverty alleviation programs were directly coming together with this self-help group model, and that also become very much adopted by many of the states. And during this activity, during this period, mainly from 2000 onwards, this microfinance agencies, microfinance institutions become very powerful, and in some of the states where the SIG movement was very strong, like in Andhra Pradesh and all, it become like this what Amali called the predatory type of microfinancing, and there was a huge pressure on getting back the debt, the credit they have already disbursed, and there is the reporting of massive unrest among women, and also they are suffering with the coercion of the banks of these MFIs who are trying to get back the amount and all. There was a lot of criticism happened. Next. So almost in that period, this Kudumbashree network, during 90s, the mid of 90s, the Kudumbashree network also started in Kerala. But by that time, the problems with the microcredit and the growth of microfinance and the neoliberal model of this financial inclusion was there, and some of the learnings were also there. And one major difference between the other SIG movements in the other parts of the country is that it came to Kerala, or it started in Kerala, along with the decentralization of local governance process. In 1994-95, there was a constitutional amendment for creating the local self-government institutions, which has more power and more the reservation of women and some other things came, and that constitutional amendment created more space and power to the local governments. In that context, in that period, this was coincided with the enactment or the establishment of Kudumbashree network in Kerala. So now the Kudumbashree is like a community-based women's network, adopting the same strategy of microcredit, smaller units of women doing microcredit, and beyond that. And now it is considered as one of the largest women's network in Asia, and it also a result of a longer process of institutionalization of gender in the government setup in Kerala. There is a consistent effort from in other fields also, which is part of the gender approach of government of Kerala. And now, at present, the Kudumbashree has 48+ lakhs members in all the networks, and it also has 3 lakhs neighborhood groups, and that covers almost 50% of the households. And the major components are microcredit, entrepreneurship, and empowerment. So you can see that Kudumbashree, whenever they are presenting their achievements, and their logo is representing 3 things like the microcredit, entrepreneurship, and entrepreneurship is mainly for local economic growth and empowerment. And it is like coordinated at the local self-government level, like we call the panchayats or municipalities. And there is a separate system called Community Development Society, CDS, which is democratically elected among the grassroots level, these women's networks. And also, the Kudumbashree uses the term neighborhood groups of women, not the self-help group of women, because they are emphasizing the importance of neighborhood and community in making that group, that microcredit group. And the popular name SHG was not used in there. Usually they are not using. So in Malayalam we call it Ayalkootam. Ayalkootam means a group of people living nearby. So a group of 20-25 houses can one energy, and one woman from each house will constitute that. And this is, as I have already mentioned, that it came as part of the decentralization process of this local level governments, and which is also called the People's Plan Campaign, because when this local decentralization process started, the government, the left democratic government in power at that time in Kerala, they started a campaign mode of a program for adopting the decentralization process by transferring more powers to the panchayat, more funds to the panchayats, and some of the institutional mechanisms were also transferred to the panchayat. The management of such institutions like the primary health center, the primary schools, and agriculture offices, and some basic offices and other structures were being transferred to the local level government. So the local self-government institutions like the panchayats are become more powerful, and in terms of money they are also becoming more important to start certain local specific development programs. So this Kudumbashree also came into the same time, and it is incorporated into that. Another specific point of that time is there was a huge, a significant type of criticism was there around the Kerala model development, which is considered as very important and very successful in terms of
the standard of living and capabilities, etc., etc. But at the same time, during 80s and 90s, there was a significant criticism about the women's participation in that model, apart from the other physical parameters of development, like the women's health, education. All these factors are much advanced, but at the same time, women's participation in public life, women's participation in political life was not very significant, and also the women's participation in the cultural field and the violence against women. The report about violence against women was also reported. So in that period, many of the women's organizations and some of the studies were talking about why this paradox is happening. At one level, the physical indicators are all good, and at another level, the indicators regarding women's well-being is not that much high. So that criticism was there in the air, and that also been acknowledged and adopted by this decentralization process and People's Campaign, and the gender mainstreaming become a major concern, and the gender question was being included into that. Next. And during the People's Plan campaign, and just before that, there was a statewide total literacy program happened, and in that process, women volunteers had a very good involvement and leadership. So that those women who are very much active with the total literacy program, they were part of this campaign on decentralization and local development, local planning and local development, and they become the first level or the first generation leaders of this women's neighborhood groups of that become Kudumbashree. And in that period, these two things were very important, that how the gender become a major thing and how to use gender as a mainstreaming concern in all the developmental activities. And this Kudumbashree network was officially launched in mid of 1990s, and it was, next. Next. Yes, yes. Yes. Yeah. The Kudumbashree Mission was launched officially in 1998 as a joint program of NABARD and Kerala Local Development Department, and it was it was originally launched as a poverty eradication program. And using the funds of poverty eradication from Government of India for its initial programs, and in a few number of municipalities, the urban local bodies, and a few rural local bodies were started with, and it was mainly focused on eradication of poverty within 10 years. It was the original aim, and also to support the women empowerment programs of the government. And NABARD played a very crucial role in refinancing this first generation Kudumbashree groups. And it was started by the original proposal came from a 3-member committee involving one from the NABARD and one from the for the urban development division of the administrative side, and one member from the left movement, who is Dr. Thomas Isaac. He became the finance minister of Kerala in the success after some time. And this is the components of the three components involved in the formation of Kudumbashree. That means that ensure the official support plus the movement support from the ground level for starting this network of women. In that, yes. So basically, it is organized. The structure is like that. At the basic level, the women's groups or the network, the neighborhood groups of 20 to 25 women, and they are mainly doing the thrift and credit programs and some enterprises and some other programs, and then they are federated into at the ward level. This panchayats have several wards, and at the ward level, it is they have a committee called Area Development Society, in which elected members are there, and from the ADS of one panchayat, they elect one person or a group of members for the CDS level, that the Community Development Society, and in that CDS, the president and representatives, some of the elected representatives of that particular local self-government will also be part of that committee, and they are elected, and also they are working in relationship with the local self-government institution, and there is a government setup at the district level. It's a district mission which gives the technical support for the grassroots level women's groups, technical support in terms of accounting, in terms of banking, in terms of microfinance, micro enterprises, training, and gender trainings. The district mission is mainly for this type of technical support, and there's a state mission which also monitoring and giving support to mainly the training support and other things for the groups. This is the organizational structure. So one important thing factor is that they are closely working with the government and closely working with the local government as well as the state government, and all this financial monitoring was done by a group of women who are trained by the mission, by the state Kudumbashree mission. There's an accounting, one accountant in each CDS, and there's an accounting team which can periodically audit the financial things. So there is always there is some sort of an intermediary work between the banks and the women's groups. That is mainly preventing the pressure from the banks, and also some sort of financial literacy for the grassroots level women. And the Kudumbashree NSGs are working beyond microcredit program. So I will briefly presenting what they are doing. They have different types of activities at the ground level, mainly thrift and credit, and lot of micro enterprises are there, and they are engaging in cultivation, in agriculture, in joint liability groups. 3-4 women coming together, and they start having some sort of agriculture work. And we have this Mahatma Gandhi Employment Guarantee Scheme. And all over Kerala, it is managed by the Kudumbashree mission, and the women from Kudumbashree groups are managing this employment guarantee scheme. And there is a successful destitute support program and eradication of extreme poverty program, which is managed by the local level Kudumbashree network. And in around where's the number? No, yeah, around 249 panchayats. And we have this Kudumbashree is running daycare centers for the people with disabilities, so that the mothers can go for work, leaving their children, their children with disabilities at these places. And they also have a sort of Bala Sabha, which is for the children in the village. And there are next. And the second component is, or the third component is mainly about the empowerment of women. And in that part, Kudumbashree is running local level gender resource groups for which they are supporting the women in distress and running the helplines, and also trainings at the grassroots level. And they are also coordinating the vigilance groups to address the issues of crimes against women at the local level. And there are certain special
special neighborhood groups, which is for the persons with disabilities and their family members, and also some in certain areas we have Kudumbaശ്രീ have this groups for the aged. In those groups, the elderly men and women can participate, and there are a few groups for transgenders also. And at the last slide, I will give you a coverage, the organization coverage of Kudumbaശ്രീ at this moment. It's the total, it's a state level statistics about their thrift and other bank linkages, and also, next one, regarding the number of micro enterprises and other sort of entrepreneurship programs they are running with. So the basic difference between how it become an alternate model of this microcredit of the microfinancing model is that they have a very close relationship with the local level government, local self-government, the panchayats and the local community, and women are being part of that, and there's a strong monitoring system for overseeing all the financial activities of Kudumbaശ്രീ, and they are working beyond microcredit, and now it is considered as a supportive structure for the local government institutions. Thank you.
Hello. Okay, so I'm very, very happy to be here. This is my second time on the continent and my first time in a professional capacity, so I'm very, very excited about this. Okay, so today I'm going to talk about the Sudan Tea, the Women's Tea and Food Sellers Association, which is based in Khartoum, or was. It's on pause now, obviously. But I'm going to sort of try and tell, the stories, or some of the stories of these women, especially how INGOs, NGOs, the government has sort of engaged with them through the narratives of economic empowerment, financial inclusion, treating them as sort of entrepreneurs, and how that, as opposed to, struggling workers or struggling informal workers, and the impact, or some of the impact of that. So the tea lady phenomenon in Sudan can probably be traced back to the 90s, but it really exploded in the early 2000s because of the influx of internally displaced women from the western parts of the country due to war. And so, these women who were in their regions, or in their home regions, were farmers, herders, sometimes dedicated carers, had come into an urban center where there was obviously no social support around them, and definitely no state support in terms of public provisioning of services, and no job opportunities to absorb the skill sets that they had. And so they started to sell tea and coffee at the side of the road. This is kind of the usual setup: a very small table, a bunch of cups, some sugar, some cardamom, very, very simple. And this became really sort of a massive thing on every main road, every side road, next to every hospital, every school. There would be a good, 7 or 8 of these women close by. There was a study done by the Ministry of Social Development, I think in about 2017, that estimated that in Khartoum there was about 26,000 of these women, and it's possible that that's also an underestimation. And so in the same study that did this estimates showed that about 47% of them were married, although they stated in their question, and they kind of pointed that out, that they were in a state of limbo, in the sense that they were abandoned by their husbands, or they didn't know where they were because they were fighting in the war, but they weren't legally essentially divorced. And the other 50% are either single, widowed, divorced, but predominantly these women were effectively responsible for their families, and heads of households. So, and in some instances, responsible even for extended family members. They were the main providers. After? No, after. Move 2 slides, yeah. Okay, so some of the challenges that these women were facing. First and foremost, that when this phenomenon started, there was a lot of backlash because this went against the conservative values of women being outside on the street for extended hours at a day, and being so out in public space. And so when the raids and what was called the kasha that was being implemented on them, that was carried out against them almost daily, there were, aside from the impacts of the kasha itself, which we'll talk about, but there was very little even sort of public empathy for that experience. So it would be a very normal thing for, the police to be coming with their big trucks to confiscate all these cups and chairs and stuff that we just saw, and for people to be around, watching this as a, kind of happy about this is, yes, taking these women off of the streets. And when there was a lot of talk about a narrative about them, selling drugs with the tea, and, their kind of the reason behind some sort of moral decline, especially amongst young people. And so obviously these kashas their tools would be confiscated. All of these things would be confiscated. They would be forced to pay high fees that were decided based on the discretion of the officer or the group of officers, and which oftentimes they would be essentially more than an entire day's earning, or they would have to go into debt to repay them, and it would also subject them to in many instances to sexual harassment. And I really appreciate the comment earlier today about sexual harassment being sort of part of the work, because really it wasn't, this, for them to be able to continue doing this, which they had to, because otherwise they wouldn't be able to survive, they needed to keep coming back to these places of work, knowing that they were at any moment at risk of the police coming, taking their stuff, and them not being able to pay the fees, and in lieu of these fees having to accept whatever, unwanted advances or whatever verbal violence. And so it was really part and parcel of them being on the street doing this work in order to provide for themselves and their families. There was a study that was done in 2014 by the Strategic Initiative for Women in the Horn of Africa that estimated that while income tax, official income tax for wage laborers, was about 14%, these women were paying about 36% of their earnings in the form of taxation, obviously via these fees and these fines that they were given. And so, in them doing this work, these women were also by default essentially impoverished, and there was really a ceiling to how much they could earn, because the same service was offered by many others around you, and also because even the choice of them being out and working as tea ladies was just as an extension of, this is what they do at home, and so this is how they're going to choose to earn their money. So it's not the generic narrative of them, wanting to participate and using the skill sets. And so that's why a lot of the interventions that came later, treating them as entrepreneurs and stuff, didn't really make sense, because for them it was about survival. They needed to move after war. They were here with nothing else essentially to do. Okay, so in the 2007, almost Awadia Kuku, who is one of the women that I had spoken with in the research, her and some of her other, the tea ladies around her, they decided to form this Food and Tea Sellers Association. At the time, it was a cooperative in Khartoum, and the main reason for them to form it was that they wanted to offer each other, legal aid and be able to confront local authorities in order to get their tools back, in order to protect them from, the random names of fees that they were given, or the continuously changing rules that were being said to them as to justify why they were taken to the police station or why they had to pay £200 or £300 or whatever. And so, one of the, they felt that this is something that they needed to do in order to protect themselves, because when they were working, say, in a market and there was a booth selling phone credit or whatever other economic activities around them, these were predominantly men. And so when the police raids came, and they sometimes targeted these street sellers too, but she was saying that they never felt that they could be a part of that group in order to protect themselves. And so I guess here the distinct nature of like working as a woman, especially in a public place, kind of shows itself. And one of the other reasons behind forming the cooperative was that something called the Sandouk, which is essentially a lending, internal kind of financing mechanism, which was successful for them because it was realistic in the sense that the amount that, they would just pool the resources and decide, in the next 10 months, these women would be getting it in January, February, March. It was a realistic way of creating an environment of some sort of solidarity. And at the time, the microcredit, microfinance hadn't really sort of exploded or become very popularized in Sudan. So like this was for them kind of their own workers' union against the continuous violence of the state, but also the kind of harassment and the discomfort that they felt being in a public place for such prolonged hours. So in 2008, the government issued a decree stating that 12% of bank funding should be directed to microcredit, microloans. And this also coincided with INGOs generally, increasingly prioritizing microfinance as a tool for poverty reduction. And so this is a period that saw an expansion of these women becoming implicated with banks and microfinance agencies. And so this association was given a big loan that was supposed to be used by the members to expand their businesses and to sort of fulfill their entrepreneurial spirit. And this intervention failed in the sense that these women were not able to repay the money back, and the head of the union, who became then legally liable for the loan, she went to prison for 4 years. And this repeated itself for several other women's groups on different timelines, not necessarily just around this time. But this was a really sort of big incident because trying to assess sort of why that happened. Obviously, some of the reasons were that these women don't have good financial literacy. They need support. They need training, financial training, better bookkeeping, so that they know how to use these loans to grow their businesses, etc. To grow. But one really interesting finding was that women used a lot of the women used around 40% of the loan to pay off, or 40%, sorry, of the women used their loans to pay off previous debt, to pay for their children's school, to pay for rent. And so, when we want to think about these women as entrepreneurs, it just becomes a very faulty assumption, because when these women did get that money, they were thinking about their very basic necessities, which obviously, in the context of a country that has gone through continuous privatization, reduction of public expenditure, these services were not there. And so, talking about these women sort of as entrepreneurs, or talking about them as women who were there doing this work voluntarily, even putting aside the assumption of the lack of the true voluntarism within the context of work anyway. But even then, this idea that they were doing this voluntarily, and that this for them represented, some form of progress or something that they aspired to continue doing, was not true. Because in a lot of, conversations with a lot of these women, the things that they were saying is, we don't know what else to do in order to be able to send our children to school and to pay our rent and do these things. There is no other system of support. And so this wasn't, a aspiring, individual who wanted to do all these, to self-fulfill, or what. These were women who were very destitute. And so some of the response to that, despite this, was let's focus on training them on financial literacy, bookkeeping, et cetera, as opposed to talking about public provisioning, or talking about finding ways for them to like job creation, so that maybe they will be absorbed into something different. That didn't materialize. The other really interesting thing in the way that they were being dealt with by NGOs especially, was the talking about them as sort of model Sudanese women, or model Sudanese feminists. Organizations like UN Women, UNDP began to work with these women to offer trainings on gender awareness, obviously defining empowerment, as a sort of a pursuit of the individual freedoms, or, all of this, and neglecting systemic issues. And one of the interesting implications of that is a lot of these women were kind of encouraged, even if indirectly, to come into sort of conflict with their partners, with the men in the market with them, subjecting themselves oftentimes to backlash and to violence. One of the women, for example, that I spoke to said that she went to tell her partner that if he wasn't going to give her money monthly to support her children, then he wouldn't be allowed to see them. She wouldn't allow him to see them. And this kind of sense of her, well, obviously it's important for women to be able to, to confront this, but not where they are in structures that could turn very violently against them. And so what he did is he barged in the middle of the night, and he took the children actually from her. So you can't, we're not talking about, Sheryl Sandberg, or we're talking about these women who are in very disadvantaged positions. And this is the last point, is when in post the 2019 revolution, when the government wanted to implement the IMF program of austerity, lifting the subsidy, et cetera, this association became a very main target of their propaganda. And one of the things that they were telling them is that you are entrepreneurs, you are business owners, and these instead of the government paying money, for these subsidies, which are very expensive, which are blocking investments, international investments, which could serve you, you should actually support the subsidy lifting narrative. And it shows how warped this idea that the state has of these women, and what they actually need. And so during the lockdown in 2020, these women began to organize around a very specific set of demands. More social protection to be extended to the informal sector to include them, compensation during the lockdown, more expenditure on public services, et cetera. And the response of the government was to dissolve the union altogether. And so one of the interesting things for me, and this is the last point, is that they, you know, the government didn't want them to self-realize as workers or as informal workers, and was happy for them to be there and encouraging of them when they wanted to talk about, give us a loan so we can grow our tea business, but not as we need services, we need, you know, protection, we're struggling workers as opposed to aspiring entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So I think with Amali before me, and then Minnie and Mayada, they've covered quite a bit of ground, and particularly on Sri Lanka and microfinance, Amali had covered a lot of ground, so I think I'll be hopefully brief. But I want to speak more about, tell a story about an alternative to the kind of microfinance onslaught that has taken over Sri Lanka over the last couple decades. And it kind of links to, I think, the title of this panel, because at different moments, you know, microfinance is seen as a solution for poverty alleviation, for financial inclusion, or providing the capital, particularly to create women entrepreneurs. So when I think Sumangala coined this title, it was very kind of timely and coherent. Actually, I was not supposed to speak today. A person who works quite a bit on microfinance in the north, Suganya Kandiban, was supposed to speak, but she has an exam, so she couldn't be here. So I'm kind of filling in for her, because her work continues quite a bit even now in very excluded villages of people of hill country origin in the Kilnochi district, where, you know, she's tried to go much deeper into trying to see whether rural credit through cooperatives would work. So I'm just going to speed up. So as Amali mentioned, this, you know, while microfinance has a history from the 80s and 90s, and we all know of how Muhammad Yunus was given the Nobel Prize to sort of promote the microfinance model in the global south. In Sri Lanka also, first the NGOs introduced it, but at a certain moment, I think the key word is the commercialization of microfinance, right? So that report by the Asian Development Bank in 2002, so 23 years ago, was very explicit, right? The state and the regional development banks should get out of any kind of rural lending, and commercialized microfinance is the way forward. And a lot of the things they set out there in that report, then we see kind of play out in the next decade. And it's in that kind of a move that when it comes to the post-war North, my own research in the early 2010s was on household indebtedness that was due to, it was also the kind of post-war housing schemes and the kind of debt it created, leasing as a business that created household indebtedness. But around 2013-14, and within a very short span of 3-4 years, then we saw this huge microfinance proliferation and bubble that even led to women's suicides, women going into hiding, and creating a huge crisis that needed a response. And many women's groups at that time took that up as a campaign. And that's what kind of led some of us to also start thinking about, so what's the alternative to this kind of microfinance? So alternative in two senses of the term. One, okay, so what's the kind of rural credit that we need? But now, whether we liked it or not, suddenly this kind of commercialized microfinance had become so prevalent or hegemonic in the countryside that you needed something to actually push them out or get rid of them, right? It wasn't a problem that was there 20 years earlier, but now it had become a problem that had to be dealt with. So how do you sort of almost chase away these microfinance companies? But then the sort of age-old question of what about rural credit was also there. So at that time, working with the cooperative movement in the North, we came out with a very simple kind of 4-point demands for a campaign, right? One, that microfinance debt had become unsustainable and obviously targeting women. So a rural household, a woman might be only earning, say, 20,000 rupees a month, but her debt was now 200,000 rupees. So there's no way that she was going to repay that debt. So there had to be some form of debt forgiveness for them to get out of this debt trap. So that was one demand. But even if you forgive their debt, the interest rates, the annual interest rates of that microfinance schemes were on the order anywhere from 60% to 240%. So within a couple of years, this is again going to accumulate. So the second point was that to make sure that that kind of debt doesn't accumulate so quickly, there needs to be an interest rate cap. Now, eventually, the government did implement an interest rate cap of 35%, but even that they didn't want to do because they said at that time when I spoke to certain finance ministry officials and so on, that the IMF would be against it because it would be interfering in the market. So 240% interest rate, and if you try to put a cap on it, it's interfering in the market. So that kind of a thinking was very strong within the Ministry of Finance. Then, of course, the third kind of demand was that, okay, even if we get rid of, reduce the debt, have an interest rate cap, you still need rural credit. So can we create an alternate channel for rural credit that is not these microfinance companies? And three sort of institutional mechanisms were concerned. The bankers wanted state banks to do it, right? So some kind of financing by the state so that the state banks would give the rural credit. The state officials wanted Samruddhi to do it because that would be much more under their control. And then those of us working with the cooperative movement suggested the cooperatives, and for various reasons, the cooperative mechanism was started. And the kind of model we put forward was we wanted a grant from the state to be matched by cooperative funds, 50% by cooperative funds. There was an allocation of 500 million, but actually about 294 million rupees came from the state, and the cooperatives matched it with an additional 50%. And unlike these kinds of schemes that are very targeted, we said, any cooperative member could apply for it, but with certain broad criteria, that 75% of it has to go to women, 25% has to go to new members, so it's not captured by a smaller constituency. But the idea was that with that amount of finances, in the first round itself, 10% of the households, because it was a very small emergency type of loan of 20,000 rupees, that at least 10% of the households in the northern province would be able to get a loan. And in a way, it was quite successful. It couldn't be followed through, and there was some interference when the government changed, because it was treasury funds that were used. But nevertheless, like when we looked at the data, in the 2 years later, the fund had grown by about 30%. But more importantly, the microfinance portfolio of these large finance companies that Amali was talking about, in the rest of the country, or the entire country, it was growing almost 25 to 30% every year. I mean, because it just mushrooms. But in the northern province, this alternate credit system, as well as a very concerted campaign against microfinance, where people and women's groups were very vocal, even local state officials were very vocal, meant that only in the northern province, the microfinance portfolio declined by 40% in the next 2 years, whereas in the other provinces, it sort of increased each year by 25 to 30%. So it's, but again, I can't emphasize that it's not just creating an alternate credit system, it's about the sort of perception that was created about microfinance as something very extractive, that they are the loan sharks, which is a huge shift from the understanding that was there just a few years earlier, where they were blaming the victim. You know, these women are, you know, they're doing exorbitant consumption, so, or they are irresponsible. From that to say, no, it's the lender that is the predator. Now, given this kind of a experience, I think the question that I want to put forward is, how do we deal with this whole sort of microfinance menace, right, that has taken over so many parts, and we see it coming in waves. Now with the economic crisis, according to Suganya, even in the rural villages, there is again another increase in the number of microfinance loans that are being provided. We really need to do a survey and get much more data with what is going on now. And it's also the character of finance that it's contagious. Finance raids different sectors. So right now, something that many of us have become aware of is that there are a lot of finance companies who claim to be cooperatives, who are registered as cooperatives, and now there's some even action being taken against some of them, because they even use the cooperative name to go and lend and extract, right? Very big businesses, very flashy businesses that are calling themselves cooperatives. So the way in which finance can raid into other sectors. So how do you constrain it? And that brings up this huge challenge of regulation, because there are about 30 large finance companies under the central bank that are registered under the central bank and supposedly regulated by the central bank. But we don't know how many hundreds of companies that are just under the Company Act doing microfinance businesses. And they sometimes charge 300% annualized interest. They provide, for example, these day loans where they give a certain amount of capital, and every day you're expected to make a repayment. So when you calculate the annualized interest rate, it can go as high as 300%. So what do you do with all those companies? Or what do you do with companies that now claim to be cooperatives and come in? So this huge regulatory challenge in terms of how this accumulation happens through the financial system. So I think there needs to be very serious rethinking of finance and banking in Sri Lanka, right? So what is the role of banks? With the new government, there's also discussion about the need for a development bank. But then, what do we do with rural credit? What do we do with these finance companies? Now, we all know what's happened in Sri Lanka, which is also the same story in many parts of the world. 50 years ago, it wasn't the case, but now everything is finance. In the United States, GE is also finance, GE Finance. Here, we know Singer from my childhood as a sewing machine company. Now we see Singer Finance. Everything is finance. So what do we do with it? And it's not just microcredit, it's leasing, it's a whole other ways in which you make money out of money and how extractive it is. And, in the last week, one encouraging piece of news in Sri Lanka, which most people said it won't happen, is that, and I'm not sure if it's going to happen, but at least a committee that was appointed to look into this mentioned that the Mahabali Authority will be abolished. Yeah? Now, the Mahabali Authority, if you're in the dry zone, it's one of the most powerful authorities that came with the largest development project in Sri Lanka in the late 1970s, a World Bank Accelerated Mahabali project, and it has huge amount of power. It has power to gazette any land as part of that authority to grab land. And after almost 45 years, now the committee has recommended, now the cabinet has to make a decision if they want to abolish this authority, which changes drastically the whole question of a large amount of land at stake. I would say when it comes to these finance companies, particularly the big companies, we have to think about the smaller ones. Maybe one of the demands it's time to think about is to call for the abolition of these finance companies. If you are thinking of an alternate model of banking and economic development, this kind of extraction actually undermines production. And with this government's call for a production economy, that should be a people's demand to call for the abolition of finance companies. Thank you.
Thank you to all the panelists. Again, powerful set of presentations with very interesting examples, which really lay bare a lot of the issues to do with microfinance, this whole question of financial inclusion, poverty alleviation, and so on. So we can take about 15 minutes of questions, and perhaps one round of questions before we break for tea, and then we'll have the final concluding session.
Hi, I'm Gauri. I'm from India, Kerala. So my question is to Mini ma'am, and anybody can answer. Am I audible? Okay. So with the Kudumbashree mission in Kerala, I'm definitely sure that as its aim is poverty eradication, so far it has addressed the poverty eradication, but my concern is regarding the as one of the speakers mentioned about the loan repayment, like when people take or women take loans, it's usually rather than going into entrepreneurship, even though it's aimed at promoting entrepreneurship among women, it might go into their family consumption needs or like their daily expenses. So rather than focusing on like poverty eradication, like what can Kudumbashree mission or women's self-help groups in general can do about addressing the vulnerability in, yeah, that's my question.
name is Janaka Bianmiller. I finished my master's in the late 80s and came here and worked with a place called SSA, the Social Scientists Association. And I worked with Kumari Jayawardena, who's a well-known South Asian feminist. And then I did my PhD in Australia in early 2000. And I've written a book about the labor movement in Sri Lanka, sports in Sri Lanka, and the popular uprising in Sri Lanka. And I think in terms of this particular section, which is about poverty, it's also about politics of redistribution. So in terms of thinking through politics of redistribution, I think this goes to the earlier session too, which is about worker rights too, because generally politics of distribution is narrowed to taxes and distribution of taxes, but I think this is from Nancy Fraser's work. Politics distribution is about worker rights and also the welfare state. And thinking through that, I think in terms of the state and the private sector and the NGOs, these kind of three categories we normally work on, has become increasingly mutated into different forms. Particularly, state has become hybrid with private capital now. So we have multiple forms of state and private sector institutions, but also the state behaving like the private sector. The three examples I can give you is sovereign wealth funds, state-owned enterprises, and development banks. So the state is now behaving as the private sector. So we had to kind of rethink how to regain the public provisioning values of the state, because the state is now overrun by commercial values. So that aspect of public provisioning values, I think, needs to be worked out. So the question, I think I liked, sorry, the Sudanese presenter. I like the way you said these are like struggling workers as opposed to aspiring entrepreneurs. I think that's a really, really important point to rethink about politics of redistribution. The more we talk about entrepreneurs, we forget about the politics of redistribution. We're talking about workers. And the whole entrepreneur ideology comes with neoliberal ideology. So I think the term entrepreneur and entrepreneurship needs to be located much more firmly in social relationships of gender and class. And in terms of, I think the Kerala model we need to learn from, because the Kerala model shows how decentralization and devolution of power is important. And in Sri Lanka, this is a key issue in terms of reconciling the ethnic issue too, this notion of devolution and decentralization and the power to the local governments. So in Ahilan's case, you really didn't talk about the role of the local government in terms of these co-ops. But in the Kerala case, it's obvious the local government played a key role in guiding the whole local finance cooperatives in Kerala. So I think thinking through the state, private sector, and the commons, I think that's another category we need to start thinking about. Financial commons or communication commons, because finance is increasingly tied with networks of communication. How we talk about finance, how we promote finance, and how we extract profit from finance. So I think the notion of financial commons and communication commons, I think the Kerala model possibly is touching on a possible model towards financial commons. I'd like to stop at that. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. I'm Tilina. I found this panel quite interesting because it took me back to my own undergraduate dissertation on impact of microfinance on women-owned small businesses back in 2006. It was particularly NGO-based microfinance, so I think this shed light on the trajectory in Sri Lanka since that time to now. It's almost 20 years, how the commercialization of microfinance has had gendered impact. My question is particularly for the two Sri Lankan speakers, twofold questions. One is, how do you see the role of non-government NGOs, non-government organizations, both local and international? I'm not talking about donors, just non-government organizations as an alternative to find solutions for this issue. And the other question is, how do you see women's organizations as an alternative to push for law reforms? When I say women's organizations, not the broader ones, but particularly those who are also doing women's economic empowerment work. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
I'll start from Tilina. So the local non-governmental organizations engaged in microfinance kind of activities, I spoke about the community-based organizations. I think there are various types of them initiated with mostly with the UNDP interventions in early or late 80s, early 90s. Some of them are still continuing as community-based organizations, some as like Praja Shakti. I know a couple of them and been, I think, working quite well. Unlike the microfinance companies where they are externally sourced, these community-based organizations have building their credit from member savings. And they have, some of them, I think, one I know, Waligapala Ekabadda Mahakanta Mahasangamaya, which has been functioning for 30 plus years. And there's another, I think, in Badul, Praja Shakti, and have been continuing for quite a while. So I think they are somewhat similar to the, I think they're not organized as cooperatives like the Kudumshri model that Mimi spoke about, but they also are engaged in a range of activities apart from mobilizing savings and group lending. They are into welfare, in education, and livelihood development. So it's a very kind of a enclosed, kind of a closed model, very, I mean, unique compared to the typical microfinance companies, what they do. I think about looking at poverty, financial inclusion, and entrepreneurship as in relation to work and distribution. I think in Sri Lanka also you can see that why do we have to think anew about entrepreneurs? Because women been working in the rural sector, they've been working with the agriculture. But when, especially in Sri Lanka, I think in the case of mechanization, when women lost their share of labor in agriculture, and whatever the rightful income they were entitled as agricultural workers, they were, I mean, they either lost their jobs, lost their work, or denied of income from various like agriculture, maybe it's cottage industry. So you find this group of women who are bound to, I mean, their key responsibility of caring for their family, finding means of care somehow. And there's this very vulnerable and exposed group of population vulnerable to the ventures of finance. So I think that's my narrative of how I see microfinance making inroads into the rural setup.
One specific question about the women's, the where the women spend the money from the microcredit and all. And in Kudumbashree also we are observing like mainly the credit is used for consumption. Mainly it is for the consumption of the family. But there is one positive thing we can observe is that it is used for the education of their children, especially for the girls who are sending to the universities or sending for some job-oriented type skill building and job-oriented training. And most of the women, when the Kudumbashree started in the mid-1990s, the women who are coming to join the groups, the self-help group, these neighborhood groups, was their mean age was like 35 to 40, because they have some sort of education, but they're having no other job and they are not working outside the home. So they came to join the groups, and their major concern was they have no money to on their own. So they mainly use this credit for their consumption purposes and also for the education and other things. And not all the micro enterprises are successful. Many of them stopped halfway, and some of the micro enterprises are doing well. And mainly this agricultural, this group farming, and they are going out well. And some of the other, the small hotels and other things are going well. And some of the trainings given to the younger women, they start working like smaller groups in other sectors also. In general, it was like a help for women for meeting their needs and all. But the actual process of getting into the local leadership came from other activities, like which is beyond the microcredit. The community involvement, and also working with the local self-government institutions, and mobilizing women and mobilizing people into the Gram Sabhas, and also taking some sort of leadership in terms of many of the initiatives at the rural level. And during this COVID, actually COVID pandemic times, during the lockdown and all, the entire community was resorting on Kudumbashree and the ASHA workers, who are these health workers at the grassroots level, and women from the lower strata of the medical profession, like the nurses, junior health nurses and all. Actually, they gave the support to the local community to get over the times of COVID. So all this, their involvement in each and every activities at the grassroots level, and working with the local self-government, and many of the Kudumbashree members were elected to the panchayats, elected to the local self-government. Around more than 7,000 women were elected into different levels of the local self-government. All these activities give them a space, and they are transforming the rural space of that. It become, the gender become something discussed at the rural level. So what you said is correct, your observation is correct, it's used for consumption, but there are some other sorts of, and consumption is also important for the group, for the women. Their consumption needs are also very important. So they have used it for that.
So I'm just gonna make, I guess, a quick comment. The idea, this comment about like making sure that we understand entrepreneurship in the context of class relations, and this is very important. And I think this mystifying of the need of why this woman is doing this work is how this the notion of entrepreneurship can fly when we talk about these women. Is that this idea that without this specific economic activity, whether it's these tea ladies or whatever else, these women would not be able to provide food for their children tomorrow. And so when we think about it in this way, then this idea of entrepreneurship and this idea of like, innovative, these women wanting to, they have an idea and they want to transform it into something big, or they're thinking about growing their profit margins, it becomes obsolete, because that isn't actually the driving force. That isn't why they're here. And I think this links to the question about the idea of vulnerability. And if, while I agree that definitely the consumption needs and demand needs are very important, but if women are spending more on fulfilling these very basic needs, then there is an issue. There's a bigger issue there. And I think that this is obviously the lack of public provisioning, right? The fact that the state has decided to remove itself and make it so these women are having to fulfill their very basic needs, survival needs, through the market only. And therefore, whatever is coming in is going to fulfilling these basic needs. And, thinking about this in the context of what was said in the morning about the kind of economy that we want to create, this definitely isn't the kind of economy we want to create, where whatever is coming in can only be utilized to fulfill these very basic needs.
I think I'll address two questions about the NGOs and then the cooperatives relationship with the state. And when you think about alternatives, so when it comes to NGOs and microfinance, I tend to be critical in the sense that even if NGOs, the interest rates they charge are much lower, ideologically they do the work that they did the work that paved the way for microfinance, right? And not all NGOs are the same, but most NGOs that have come through, they use the same language of entrepreneurs, of self-employment. So in that sense, it fits very much with the sort of neoliberal trajectory. But when it comes to cooperatives, and in Sri Lanka, cooperatives come under it's a devolved subject under the provincial system, so it really depends on how much initiative the provincial government takes or not. In the north, where this experiment happened, the provincial government was not interested at all. In fact, they were trying to undermine the cooperatives. And but even with cooperatives, the same, as I mentioned, there are these sort of big finance company type cooperatives that have kind of seeped in. Often cooperatives are provided projects from donors that use the language of entrepreneurship, women's entrepreneurship. So they try to co-opt. I think that's the thing with neoliberalism. You try to co-opt every institution and turn it around in that direction. But then the whole question of the relationship of cooperatives to the state. Now, I'm often reminded by senior cooperators in the north about the history of the People's Bank. The People's Bank, which is the second largest bank in Sri Lanka, was created wholly out of cooperative funds, the cooperative federal bank. And then, because the state thought they can use this People's Bank to develop the cooperative sector, and with liberalization overnight, the People's Bank was made a commercial bank, right? So all the cooperative funds were taken. So this whole relationship between cooperatives and the state is something that we have to really think hard about. And theoretically, I often, repeat this about what Marx had to say about cooperatives. After the huge defeat of the uprising or revolution of 1848, then 16 years later, when Marx is writing the inaugural address to the First International, Marx says, the working class has had a huge victory in terms of, despite this huge defeat in the revolution, it had this huge victory in with the 10-hour working day, right? But then he says there was an even bigger victory for the working people, and that is the formation of cooperatives where workers together, without working under a capitalist, they produce. But then I think 2 years later, he also cautions in the Gotha program where he says, yeah, that's fine. Cooperatives are good as long as they are not controlled by the state. So there's like a warning also about, but the problem in Sri Lanka is that the cooperative movement is a creature of colonialism and the colonial state. We are heavily kind of not just regulated, kind of almost controlled by the state, and how cooperatives would be able to create these kinds of alternatives also remain in question.
I think we'll have to close the session now. Thank you, Amali, Mini, Mayada, and Ahilan for a very invigorating panel. We'll take a short tea break, 15 minutes, and then come back for our concluding session.
in the developed capitalist countries. In the United States, we had the banking crisis of the 1980s, we had the dot-com bust, and of course, finally, we had the 2008 financial crisis, where actually the ability to be able to sustain this kind of a debt-fueled boom disappeared. And what was the consequence? Everybody at that point of time in the establishment was actually saying that, listen, we're possibly going to have another Great Depression. We're going to go back to the 1930s. Now, how did you respond to that? You didn't respond to it by actually creating the regime of accumulation of the kind that you created after the Great Depression, which gave you the golden age, because that wasn't possible anymore. The ability to be able to keep wages under control and to keep primary products under control was no more there. You, of course, did not have your colonies in any case. That ended with decolonization in the period after the Second World War. So what you actually saw, that the response to the 2008 crisis was not to rein in finance, but to save finance. And when you saved finance, you saved it doubly. You saved it within your own borders, and you actually saved it in terms of creating for it new frontiers to enter and exploit, including, of course, frontiers in countries which earlier were shunned by private finance, global private finance. They were completely dependent on either a little bit of foreign direct investment or flows through the bilateral aid and development, bilateral and multilateral aid and development network. But they didn't have access to private finance, and suddenly you saw this discovery. First you discovered emerging markets, then you discovered frontier markets, then you saw relatively poor countries which are considered too risky, politically risky, economically risky, huge currency risk, etc., suddenly being discovered as major bond markets for foreign investors. So every small country, whether it be Sri Lanka, whether it be Ghana, whether it be Chad, all these countries started issuing sovereign bonds which used to get subscribed, of course, at relatively high rates of interest. So you had a subordination. So I think when we look at the subordination at the sort of, the national, the regional, the provincial, or even the local levels, we have to place it in the context of this subordination, which comes as a result of an inability, even in the context of the 2008 crisis, for this system to be able to actually generate a restructuring of the kind that it seemed capable of to deliver what was the most unprecedented phase in the history of capitalism, the phase of the golden age after the Second World War. Now, what does it mean for all what we've been discussing? And this is, of course, my speculation. The first thing we must realize is that this kind of a regime of accumulation actually tries to subordinate every sphere in order to be able to generate the profits which actually sustain finance. If you speak to Marxists, we had a reference to Marx this afternoon. I mean, the old notion used to be that, listen, surpluses only come from productive activity. But if you say consistently, you have a huge inflation in the in financial asset values, consistently you have financial profits rising relative to total profits, where is this coming from? If it isn't coming from the real sector, which in any case in these economies had been outsourced and offshored to countries which had a large reserve army of labor, where is this surplus coming from? And this really surplus comes from, one, subordinating whole new areas, but you subordinate not merely to make profit, as for example in microfinance, you subordinate also in order to be able to ensure that at all points of time, you're bringing in real wealth into the economy in order to validate financial wealth which wasn't created through surplus values generated in the productive sphere. So everything can become, it started, of course, by privatizing public assets, which we thought were public assets. It goes on to privatizing water. It goes on to privatizing forests and air. It goes on to privatizing oceans. You constantly bring into the realm of real wealth a bit of wealth in order to be able to validate this rise of finance. Now, the consequence, as I said, has been this rising inequality across the world, and you know all the details, but more importantly, repeated crises. Now, when we are looking at this from the point of view of the implications from a gender perspective of this crisis, we are obviously looking at two kinds of things. One, of course, we are looking at the fact that given embedded patriarchy, it becomes possible to use that to create segmented markets, as many of you have been saying, in order to be able to create a new sort of segment of the workforce which can be subordinated at wages or sometimes with huge amounts of unpaid work, which actually sustains the social reproduction of labor, which is of course used and thrown out of the market as and when you exhausted the potential of a given volume of labor. You're basically ending up with a situation in which you actually use this patriarchy, you use the asymmetric sort of position of different sections of the workforce, including in particular of women in the context of this discussion, in order to be able to sustain this subordination of the real system, in order to be able to generate profit, to sustain a regime of accumulation of the kind, which you thought should go in 2008, but did not go, continued. So in some sense, the madness that we see today is really because of the fact that you're actually seeing a system which has declared much earlier that it cannot be run and governed the way it had been run and governed, but has no alternative to find ways in order to be able to run and govern of the kind that it found for itself through the New Deal under Roosevelt, and of course theorized by John Maynard Keynes and others, that you did not have that, and therefore you're actually seeing a constant intensification. I mean, Marxists used to talk about the general crisis of capitalism, and people used to laugh. In fact, some of us also used to laugh. But there is, in some sense, a long-term general crisis of the regime of accumulation which was put in place by capitalism. Now, if there is in that this kind of an attempt to constantly find ways in which you could subordinate sections in order to be able to generate this, in which case what we are saying is that on the one hand, for example, if you look at the argument, at one point of time, people said that, listen, feminization of the workforce is a good thing because, one, you're bringing women into the workforce, it gives them a certain degree of independence. But we know that feminization of the workforce, which it did have some of these effects in some contexts, soon led to a situation where, what did you do? You exploited precarity. You exploited the fact that you had a reservation wage which was much lower than for male workers. You exploited the fact that you could type certain categories of work as being work which would be undertaken by women, whether it be assembly in electronic factories or performance in garment factories or in work in domestic work in the services sector or in the care economy, as it was mentioned. You actually create a situation in which you use that. You use that to create, to actually generate, to use the fact that, you're bringing women into the workforce to actually create an expansion of the reserve army at a lower reservation wage, with more precarity of employment, and with a substantial amount of underpaid or unpaid work now sustaining this process of accumulation over a period of time. So that's what you're confronted with. So what we are saying is that this, I mean, of course, in certain cases, this can be, race can be used for this purpose, caste can be used for this purpose, but we know that it is used, substantially, given the relative size of the population in the context of women being brought into the workforce. And this does not actually even undermine patriarchy. It reasserts patriarchy in many new forms. So the question is, if this is the larger context in which we are placed, then where are we at? I mean, Jayati this morning, for example, was saying that, okay, we have a set of arguments, we have things to be done, and we should actually do them. And I think one of the things which happened is that in multiple ways, whether it be in terms of looking at the care economy, looking at the way in which you need an alternative to the financialization of microfinance, the use of self-help groups constituted very often by women in order to be able to sustain this regime, etc. That we know that there have been alternatives which have been advanced. Many of them have been advanced in the course of the day. But if you look at this larger scenario, and if you look at the specific brutal form in which it's now getting reflected under the regime of the current President of the United States, these seem minor stepping stones. How do we relate? The fact that we have a Kudumbashree, we have cooperatives, we have things of this kind. How do we relate it to this larger context of the crisis? And the only way we can relate it is that if capitalism in itself cannot has lost the ability to be able to restructure itself to deal with crisis, which is what we know ever since the 1970s, then the restructuring must come from outside the domain of capitalism. It must come because of the fact that there are forces which win social sanction, which can actually in the first instance, transform the nature of capitalism itself, but in that process, actually go beyond capitalism. That's the only way in which, in this context, in which you know that the system cannot, what is the definition of a revolution? It cannot be, you can't keep on, the people don't want to keep on being governed the same way, and you cannot keep on governing the same way, and that's where we are at. So then how do we place these things? And the way I would place it is, we take these as mechanisms to create the social support, to actually use them as ways in which, I mean, they could be employment programs, they could be, social protection programs, they could be special programs for women, they could be the ways in which we try and deal with the care economy, where there were alternatives which are suggested based on Latin American experience, etc. We use these to actually build the social consciousness required to provide the sanction to forces, maybe a government like this which comes in a country like Sri Lanka. We provided the social sanction to begin the transformation which capitalism should have done itself, but has now become completely incapable of doing. But as that transition, if it happens, because of the ability of these forces to actually provide, not merely put in place a state, but provide it with the ability and the social sanction to do what it has promised to do. It didn't do it in Greece. We have to wait and see whether it will do it in Sri Lanka. It did it partly in some countries in Latin America, but not enough. But the point is, I mean, these are processes. These are long-term processes. But these small things are the ways in which we can look at mechanisms by which we create the social sanction to make the change, to bring in forces which must restructure a system, which has condemned itself and which is incapable of restructuring itself. And in that process, hopefully, there would be a way in which we can move beyond capitalism, which, other than for that one period which is unprecedented in the history, has never been able to give its people what they need, and therefore go beyond this capitalism in the direction of a more egalitarian order. I know this is large and all over there, but I was just trying to put it together in my own little way. Thank you.
Thank you, Chandru. So next we'll have Lakmali. You want to go up there, or yeah, you'll speak from here.
Thank you, Ailan and Professor Chandra Prakash. That was a great examination of what has happened since the Second World War, I guess. I think when we talk about, I think my topic was the global possibilities of progressive, let's say, gender or economic agendas. When we look at what's happening in, let's say, the West, in Europe, in US specifically, whether the global possibilities still exist for progressive agendas is a big question for me, personally. Because when a country like ours, which is, very small, economically not that developed, and, indebted, coming out of a bankruptcy, what are the real chances that we have to finance progressive economic policies, whether they are about gender or whether they are about anything else? So this is a serious question that I think, as somebody who has worked really hard on women and labor, that I have been grappling with for the past, let's say at least the past 1.5 years, because at the end of the day, while we understand the crisis of capitalism that, Dr. Chandra Prakash has so brilliantly put out, I think all of us can agree that there is a crisis of capitalism, and, there is a very brutal response also coming from certain centers in the world towards that crisis. Then what choices do we have as countries with not that much of power in the system to sort of bargain and negotiate these terms in our favor? I think that is the real, that should be also of interest to all of us when we think about how to enforce progressive agendas. Because ultimately, eventually, you need money. You need money to, you need financing capacity. You need to be able to implement these policies. Let's say care work, for example. For the past few years, there has been a labor law reform agenda in Sri Lanka which has focused on women's labor force participation and how to get women into the labor force in terms of making it more precarious and deregulating labor. So that has been the general focus and the direction of labor law reform. And then our criticism has been about, that's not the direction that we should be taking. We should be actually looking at what's preventing women from joining the labor. Because, as a woman and as a feminist also, I do think that women have to be in the labor force, in formal labor, making, there has to be paid work for women. Women should not be just doing unpaid care work and unpaid work. Women should be able to do economic independence is important, not just in terms of economic, not just in terms of financial terms, but also in terms of political and more cultural terms. So I think it's important that women do take part in the formal labor force, and it's actually bottleneck in Sri Lankan economy that we don't have women participating in the economy. But then, how do we do that? Because our women are actually tied down to unpaid care work, and then how do we then get them to do not just jobs but good jobs, jobs that can actually give them a good pay, not exploitative work, but good work, decent work. Then when you think about that, you also see that you need so much of infrastructure that has to be developed by the state to support women to actually join the labor force. Even when we think about care work, daycare centers, schools, hospitals, community centers, even everything has to be, I think the whole economy in a certain way has to be redesigned and refinanced to bring more women into the labor force the way that we want to. You can always, deregulate, and you can always create more exploitative part-time jobs and get women. I think that is what has been happening. But then if you want to make it productive, if you want to make it protected, then you have to actually have financing capacity. What I think our governments have been in this global south, I think what we have been struggling with is this financing capacity. And I think whether the international, global, the financial setup, the architecture is actually, whether there's actual space for that kind of financing capacity is a problem, because regardless of where you try to find this finance, these always comes up with conditionalities, and those conditionalities are not always designed to favor the economic policies that we want to put forward. They are not necessarily developmentalist economic policies, and countries like us, we need development. We need to have development to, to be able to finance. So I think in a certain, not to look at capitalism, but if you look at the, let's say 30, 40 years ago, let's say 50 years ago, 60 years ago, when you look at the global politics, there are actually, countries, political camps that finance that kind of development for other countries. So USSR, for example, was a heavy driver in industrialization across the global south. It was not conditional loans, not even loans. It was grants given to, global south to build their industrial capacity, build factories, bring more people. So we don't have that kind of supportive financial architecture anymore. And that is the global reality that we have, and I think it's getting tighter. It's actually not getting, because with the trade policy of US changing, I think global trade is bound to contract. Countries like ours are going to experience more shocks, and we are not in a favorable position when it comes to financing our developmental policies. And we are also restrained by our own, by the global, let's say, the economic rules, by all of these ideas about, let's say, this neoliberal economic framework of the economic regime. So we are also restrained by that as well. And I think something that I want to bring to the table as somebody who's, actually in government right now, I don't want to just be a critic of everything. I want to also bring, because for economic development, for progressive economic agendas, you also need to have political stability. You also need to be able, there has to also be political space to maneuver. It's not possible to bring forward an economic agenda if there is no political space to maneuver. And in countries like ours, I think one of the main problems that we have been facing, and if you look at certain progressive governments in the past also, what we have seen is that, let's say the United Front government, the Samagi Paramana government in the 70s, which had relatively progressive economic policies, what you see is the political instability of the country and the class structure of our society can be a barrier in moving forward. And how do we address that also? Because we can't really look at the economics without looking at who is implementing it, how are they implementing it, do they have the capacity to implement it, and do we actually have concrete policies designed to implement. This is a problem that we have, I think this is a problem that we should always, as people from the left, we should see, do we really have policies do we really have enough policies that we can actually, ready to, because the neoliberals do have policies, whether we like it or not. They do have set of policies that you can, just implement, and we don't really have that kind of policies. Our policies are always contingent. They are not, we have to, there's a certain gamble, there's a certain risk attached to it, and it is attached to political stability, political futures of, our country. So I think it's a lot more complex than what we like it to be eventually, and we have to face that. And I think, I wouldn't like, I'm happy that Dr. Chandra Prakash is, very, very positive about, what can happen. I also want to be positive about what can happen, but the reality of global politics and even local politics is that, the space is very limited for progressive economic. But that doesn't mean that we stop there. That doesn't mean we, give up. We have to always look at ways to do it. That's how, that is radical revolutionary politics, I would say, just pushing it as far as you can. But then we also have to be, these are questions that I have. I would like certain answers because I'm not an economist really, but I would also like to hear answers about, what exactly can a country like Sri Lanka, with an economy that Sri Lanka has, and with the level of political volatility that Sri Lanka had for the past decade especially, what are the serious choices that we have to go forward, and who are the development partners we can reliably, who are the countries, who are the allies, who are the friends that we have in international politics? Do we really have friends in international? Because look at the region, look at what's happening in the world. So these are like, do we have financial institutions ready to help countries like us? Because I'm putting I want to contrast this with politics of, let's say, 50, 60 years ago, when there was actually a camp who was ready to finance. So much of the things that we do talk about comes from there. I want to acknowledge that USSR did exist, and it was a huge part of the story that many of us, have forgotten about now. And who are the alternative, partners who, can something like BRICS go forward? What are the realistic opportunities that we have, and do we have the capacity to build those alliances? Because eventually it's politics. I think it's politics. I think all of this comes down to choices and creating capacities and, creating that political will and finding the grounds that we can execute it. So how do we do it politically is what is most important, I think. And while I think all of us can, the global scenario is changing for the worst, I feel. It's driving towards a further crisis, and it's creating further shocks for countries like ours, and we have to be very creative and careful in the way that, creative while being careful in the way that we maneuver, and that's the reality of it, I feel. So for women, I think, I just want to conclude with this, because I think for women, the Sri Lankan economy was structured, the only kind of formal employment that women have in Sri Lanka is in the garment sector, in the apparel sector, in the free trade zones. And for the past few years, it has constantly, not just with this, not just with the tariffs, but for the past few years it has constantly come under uncertainties. It has slowed down and come under crises. So, and every time that happens, you see how women who are in the workforce taking a hit, and how they face these challenges, how they become impoverished. And every time, whenever this has happened for the past 5 years, because when COVID happened in 2020, there was one crisis, and then just as there was some sort of recovery from COVID, the economic crisis happened in Sri Lanka. And then now, just as we are coming out of that economic crisis, we have, the global environment, trade environment changing. So then I think we also really have to think about what is sustainable for us as a country, and, what kind of work are we thinking about. And so these are the questions that I'm interested in, because what actually are the policies that we can implement that are resilient towards those are resilient towards the global economic trends and changes that's happening, because eventually that's what counts. And we're democratic countries. We have to, if we had like a communist party ruling the country, I'm sure none of this conversation would have been possible. I mean, it would have been much easier, I would say, but it's not. So we are democratic countries. We want to be democratic countries. We want to have, people contesting ideas and so on. And we also have to acknowledge the volatilities it brings to the table when that happens. And how do we maneuver all of that is a challenge, is a question, is a genuine question that I want to raise and pose at everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Lakmali. So the question of sort of political choices. I think next, the way the panel will go is maybe Sumati will make a short intervention, then Amali, then we'll kind of open it up to the floor. So we'll try to keep the time. So just to kind of preface how we want to, from the morning we've been discussing. I think Jayati started off by posing the question, what would be a feminist response to the current crisis? So I think that was a good question to start with. Then we looked at what's happening in the free trade zones here in terms of the Human Rights Commission's intervention, then in Pakistan, women's labor, the whole question of female labor force participation, labor rights in terms of trade unionism. Then, of course, we looked at care work. And then this afternoon, we've had a series of discussions about microfinance and this idea of women's entrepreneurship. But it all kind of, Chandru has again brought it back to, so there's this sort of long crisis of capitalism, but there's also a certain shock that has immediately come that we also need to think about. And I think Lakmali has also posed the political question of, so what do governments do? What do people do? How do we put people, planet, and women in this sort of agenda? And if it's possible to respond in some way today, that would be, I think, helpful, just even for us to start thinking, maybe in the form of a statement. So, Sumit.
Thank you, Ahilan. I really don't know why I'm here, because everything that the two speakers said were very clear, particularly Professor Chandrasekhar, and my heart is with all that he said. So I won't say ditto, but I'll have a response to that in terms of what we may be facing today. I mean, he did create the long durée of capitalist economy and its development and its crisis from World War II, and how it survived, in the metropolis is not by doing what it is doing, and in the that is post-depression and post-World War II. Am I right? Yeah. And then in the 70s, it survived by dispossessing the somewhat cushioned economies of the third world. You know, and I think I agree with Lakmali to some extent, that the USSR formed a buffer. There was the Cold War, then distant, or I don't know how you say that, but then it was opened up with the gradual disintegration of the USSR. It was opened up, and it was rampant financialization. It was eroding. It was frontier markets plus dispossession and precarious labor. So he laid it out very carefully. Now, my thesis, I'm trying to find a thesis to sound clever. My thesis is how there is a crisis of capitalism as we are experiencing it. I don't know about the metropolis, because they somehow know how to manipulate things to their advantage, particularly USA, even though there's a crisis there as well. But how do we create a crisis for capitalism in the process? You know, I mean, that's what I think we should. And unlike Lakmali, oh, we are poor, we will always be poor, we are women, we are, you know, unlike that, I think, maybe you didn't say that, I'm maybe slightly exaggerating, but that's the gist. I mean, we are a poor country, we are an underdeveloped country, we don't have friends, we have to go with America or World Bank or IMF. That's what I got out of it. But that's not even important. Lots of people are saying that as well. But today, Trump has become, it has created an opportunity. I hate the word opportunity. It's such a capitalist word, I think. But it is an opportunity, even in those capitalist terms, for us to push this crisis into something where we create a mess of, a complex of strategies and of meeting this crisis that's created in the metropolis for us. But we also cushion ourselves through what Chandrasekhar said, you know, about support. I mean, I wrote those all down. I don't know where they are now. You know, I mean, cooperatives or social support, creating, cushioning or buffer networks that will protect women's labor, working class labor, not kind of push our people into the to total precarity, and also then at the larger level, see, and in very concrete terms for me, and for you, and for everyone else in this country, say no to IMF. I mean, when I say no to IMF, I'm not saying, you know, hold a placard and say, I mean, we have been talking of renegotiating with the IMF from the time the IMF agreements were drawn. And everybody said, like, you know, many people said, you can't. One is drawn, you know, it's set in stone, and you can't draw. But today, you know, since Trump and a few people are redrawing, you know, all these agreements, we have to test our strength. Only a radical measure is going to save us, I think, because the known and tested is not saving us. And we know we are going to go into a very difficult period. Are we going to just let it go like that? Are we going to just let it happen? And I really like what, you know, it's not just saying no, or it's not just saying let's renegotiate, because the IMF we are going to force it because they know the situation, we think, also the global situation. So I am hoping, and maybe Lakmali and Ahilan and all of you know how the IMF works better than I do, but I think there is a greater room for renegotiation, one. Two, in the meantime, we create all these different strategies that today these wonderful speakers, you know, I mean, talked about real grassroots involvement. And so we tie those two together. One thing that I was a bit surprised or a bit scared also, Lakmali, this about political stability, the use of political stability. I think I don't know what you meant by that, but for me, when I see some kind of encroaching, this is a good period, don't get me wrong. I mean, we, from after the war and after the Yahapalana government, the good governance government, then we had this Gota government, Aragalia, post-Aragalia. We are feeling a sense of freedom. And with the NPP government coming also, we feel that. These are friends and, people, democratic people who are in government. But I also fear, it's not for middle class people like me, this sense of freedom should exist, but also for the larger working population. And we still have some of this structure, the repressive arms of the state still intact. And when we say political stability, and we need political stability, it's not going to come. We have to ask for it. We also have to get rid of things like the PTA. We have had deaths in police custody, and the police force is still very intact. So I'm not saying the government is killing people. No, it's not. But I would use the term political stability in relation to this very, very carefully. Thank you.
Thank you, Sumadhi. So we go to Amali.
I'm going to speak from here. Thank you, Professor Chandrasekhar and Lakmali. I think you both shared, things very important for us to reflect on. I will take off from some points that Professor Chandrasekhar mentioned and making it relevant to what we've been discussing from the morning. But today, I think in this conference on feminist economics, speaking specifically through gender lens, we've been trying to, explain and understand and analyze how the crisis of capitalism has been affecting women and the whole process of social reproduction. So the spatial fix that the capitalism wanted when it went to crisis around 1960s, the eastward push is what created the garment factories, relying on the cheap labor, and now running again into the crisis with the unilateral imposition of tariffs by Donald Trump. The other kind of sectoral fix that the capitalism sought with the global financial crisis in 2008 was the boom and the bust in microfinance industry. And I think, so in Sri Lanka we saw that, Professor Chandrasekhar pointed out that the reining in finance that we saw in the Great Depression was not replicated in 2008. And exactly why there's a different class alliance. The trade unions, the working class people in 1930s were much stronger than in 2008 when the financiers and the financial class was in hell. And I'm trying to connect it to Sri Lanka, where we have now the National People's Power government in power. And I think we have our friends in the government. And I think we are quite hopeful for the government to do what the government said they will do. I'd like to take us back to the budget. There was this one kind of message reverberating in the budget, that the need to liberate the production forces. How do you do it? I think we were today talking about organizing the economy that works for the women, for the working people, peasant farmers. And I think in all this chaotic world where the unilateral tariffs are imposed, that we do not have the Soviet Russia anymore, and China is also not the communist China, the kind of developmental aid we will want. So I think the international sphere, everything is in crisis. But I would like to, share some points that might be helpful for us to think. How are we going to liberate the the production forces that the government wants. So the production forces are empowered and can really drive the economy forward. The microfinance struggle that I shared with, it is kind of a crisis that exploded before the Sri Lankan economy went to default in 2022. A lot of women who are indebted with microfinance loans started defaulting around 5 years back. Around 2017 onwards, they've been defaulting. And it is, if you look at how did they use their default status and how the government of Sri Lanka used their default status, I think you can also kind of, learn some lessons from the women and also to reorganize our developmental policies. The defaulting women from the microfinance defaulted to preserve their life-making processes. So when you are really forced to kill yourself because you can't repay the debt, that's like the crisis. I don't think there is any other crisis where you can go, like you are forced to really lose your life. But women, when they defaulted, they decided, we are not going to be pushed to the brink of death. We are going to safeguard our social reproduction, the life-caring processes that we have. So that's the self-preservation that they wanted to sustain. And they started doing various things to enable that self-preservation. They started building the resources from the scratch. Unlike in the north, where there was a strong cooperative movement, in south, these women don't have a system to fall back. So they've been trying to mobilize credit like by rupee. From the scratch, they are trying to build up a system. I think Sri Lanka, we are also in a situation like that, where the 60 years of IMF reforms have really devastated our state, totally dismantled the state capacities, even to a point that we cannot even think that a different future is possible. But I think, the government, if you really, there are things I think we should do, the government should do. If you want to really liberate the production forces, then you need to really rein in the forces which have been entrapping the production forces, like finance. It is kind of unfortunate to see that the kind of financial reforms that we need in Sri Lanka is not happening, like the SMEs. SMEs is in crisis. The low income, like the microfinance, is part of also MSC, micro, small and medium enterprises. So this whole sector, which encompasses the kind of bulk of our productive economy, is in crisis. How do we really liberate them then? Without having any, if the government doesn't want to go ahead with substantial financial reforms. Developmental bank is a good idea, but that is, I think, for the future. We need to really do something to liberate the developmental forces. They will do their job, because people they haven't, I think it's a myth to think that low-income people want handouts, want the government to do everything, like give them everything. They are trying to do that job for them. Like I see the indebted women are doing, that they're trying to build their resources from the scratch. They're not asking the government for handouts. The government only has to, create them some breathing space through some public policy reforms. If the government doesn't want to do that, then you have the route that Ranil Wickremesinghe government followed, which is to succumb to the forces of compliance. That we have been very successfully doing for last 60 years by falling behind the IMF and doing their bidding. Thank you.
Thank you, Amali. We'll so now open up for questions. So I see one hand back there. Who's taking the mic? I think Professor Chandrasekhar talked about the subordination of all these spaces. Amali talked about unleashing productive forces. You know, just to throw out there, the idea of self-sufficiency, right, in the middle of this shock. And we've been talking about cooperatives, whether there is room for that rather than continue on this direction of just export-led growth, for example. Jayati.
Thank you very much for a very stimulating discussion. And Lakmali, I want to take on your question because I think it's a very profound question. And it's a very important question, not just for you and the government of Sri Lanka, it's actually important for everybody, all progressive forces around the world. And I also do want to emphasize that, you know, what the government in Sri Lanka does today, it's not just important for Sri Lanka and for the people and for your own constituency. It's actually something very important for progressive forces everywhere. We are all invested in your success. We really do need you to succeed and show that you can be a progressive force in an economy that looks like, as you said, all the nightmares that you described. But you know, here's the thing about the current situation. I mean, okay, two just initial points. One is that, you know, the right wing is always more confident. It can come into power with a wafer-thin majority and just do what it likes because it knows it has capital on its side. But the point is they are confident. We, progressive forces, left-wing, we tend to be so much more hesitant. We are constantly worried about whether we have the authority, the power, etc. We terrorize ourselves in a way. And I've seen this happen over and over again in my own country, but in many other countries, that we do not necessarily have the confidence that is needed to do bold things. So that's just one point. If you could just move, please, so I can see them. Thank you. But the second point is that, you know, all the terrible things that you described that could happen if, for example, you know, the government does something bold, they're going to happen anyway now. That's why the world is very different from what it was 2 weeks ago. Whether you like it or not, your exports are going to fall. Capital flight is going to happen because whenever there is instability like this, it flies to safety, and we know where that is. It's the country that causes the problem that gets the capital inflows. So the remittances will fall. All the terrible things that you fear would happen with a bold strategy are going to happen anyway. Which means that what you have to do is plan ahead and say, all right, we know these bad things are happening, and we know that whatever we do is not, if we go along with the flow, is actually going to be making it worse. So this is a moment where you have to think creatively. Yes, cautiously, I think is the word you used, to some degree cautiously, but you have to think creatively because the bad stuff is coming at you anyway. And there are things you can do to cope with the bad stuff. So I think a lot of the discussion today has not just been about, you know, how neoliberal policies and all of that impact women and impact human rights in the economy in a bad way, but they also talk about the things that you can do to cope with crises like these, which can be done by a country like Sri Lanka. Yes, you're a small economy. Yes, you are relatively small geopolitically. There are countries like Costa Rica, like Colombia, like Honduras, smaller than you. Definitely Honduras is a tiny economy, much more dependent on the US, much more directly under the gaze of a really awful US regime, who have been bolder and succeeded in doing it. So in fact, it is possible, for example, to plug illicit financial flows, to walk away from bilateral investment treaties that are blatantly unfair, which is what they have done. Ecuador, Colombia, Honduras, a bunch of other countries. Now today Paraguay is joining the list. It's possible to do that. It's possible to say we are going to spend much more on essential social services that reduce the burden of unpaid care work, provide employment, including dominantly employment to women. We will make sure it is good quality employment that generates secondary employment through a multiplier effect, that creates a rising sort of tide, at least among lower income groups, that enables them to then diversify their economic activities. It is possible to say we are going to encourage cooperatives, credit cooperatives, purchasing cooperatives, production cooperatives, through systematic and active public intervention that provides a minimum base of protection and access to credit on the same terms that the big capitalists get. it is possible to say we will make sure that those who have got away without paying taxes are not going to have to be able to get away anymore, because we have the information that shows us where, in fact, they're sending the money. It's possible to say that we will tax the extreme wealthy, that is the 0.0001% of the population. Let's say in Colombia, they did it for anybody who known to hold financial assets more than $50 million. And there are people like that even in Sri Lanka. It's possible, and if you tax just 1% of their known assets, you get a significant amount of revenues. It's possible to say we will impose a digital service tax on the turnover of all the multinational digital companies that operate in our country. Many countries are doing this, including India. There are about 27 countries that are imposing this at the moment. So all of these things are possible. And if you do that kind of thing, you can then do some of the things that you were voted in for. I mean, yes, you're talking about political stability, but from the outside, it looks as if you have this massive majority. I mean, an unprecedented majority, I think, in Sri Lanka. You have a very popular president, you have an unprecedented majority, and really, if you don't seize that opportunity now, it's not just the people of Sri Lanka that will suffer, it's the progressive people everywhere in the world who will suffer. So, really, I'm telling you, as somebody who is deeply, deeply involved and wanting this government to succeed, that it is very important not to be cowed down, not to let the bureaucracy frighten you. That's what they're there for. They do that. Neoliberal bureaucracy is the bane of any progressive government, and I'm sure they're doing that. Okay, sorry, I will stop. But I really do feel that, you mustn't let them scare you. That's the purpose. And if you do get scared, then it's much worse for everybody, including yourselves, but also for all of us. Thanks.
Thank you, Jayati. Thank you, Jayati, for those words of inspiration, because that's exactly what we need in terms of the present government. First of all, I think we need to be geopolitically located when we talk about the possibilities we have. So right now, Sri Lanka, as a little island in Indian Ocean, is played by 4 major hegemonic powers: China, India, US, and EU. These are our main trading partners, and we need to negotiate a new form of relationship with these 4 actors. So unless we realize who our major players are, Japan is also a key player in this thing, but these are the major players. We need to learn how to deal with and negotiate with these 4 players. Secondly, yes, Chandrasekharan, I completely agree with your trajectory of the economy, but also I think we need to kind of have a institutional narrative underneath that. The institutional narrative is the Bretton Woods Project, those Bretton Woods institutions, also the non-alignment movement, and also in this present moment, having a vision of a multipolar world. And how do we construct that multipolar world? And this is where a regional imagination is important. So we need to think in terms of the South Asian context, how are we going to build that regional alliance that allows us to develop a regional development financial institution that allows us to think regionally. But I didn't see that conversation coming through in these presentations. But most importantly, finance capital in South Asia, and this is so important for any kind of feminist politics in the future, depends on hyper-masculine, militarized state forms. If we don't talk about the military, if we don't talk about the surveillance state, if you don't talk about the police state, which is hyper-masculine in the South Asian context, hyper-masculine in the sense that it reproduces violence. Violence in the private space and violence in the public space. If we don't talk about militarization in South Asian context, we are missing a major part of this whole thing. Militarization, because the military is in the economy, the military is lined up with the ethno-nationalist cultural elite, and the military is lined up in global trade in military arms. So we need to really think hard about the militarization of state forms, and also rethink different forms of economy, the cooperative solidarity economies, and the commons. Rethinking how can we create spaces that are non-market and much more based on relationships of solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you. I think maybe a couple more interventions. Yeah, Maida?
Thank you to all the speakers. I really enjoyed this panel, very provocative. So my question is to everyone, but it was triggered really by Chandru's talk in the beginning, the final part of it about essentially trying to find alternatives from outside of the system. And I guess my question is, in looking at history and when attempts to do this have happened, there's always a co-option of whatever, if they happen in the form of demands, in the form of campaigns, in the form of revolutions, however they can be. Obviously the military power is force is a part of it, but also there's just a co-option of so many of the essence of the demand, and turned into something that can be palatable to the market and to the profit motive. And in a lot of ways that happens sometimes in such a subtle way that you're like, when did that, like, for example, the conversations around care and stuff, and how the IMF wants to put forth a care strategy, which I'm sure is going to really water down so many of the very progressive demands that are coming from, feminist movements or generally women's movements around care, justice. But how do we factor that in, and what do sort of developing strategies to create this alternative? And like you said, these are different processes, and I really like that phrasing. But also, how do we make sure that these processes fall into something bigger and have that sort of multiplier effect that we would like?
Hello, I'm Sachi. I have like a very short one and a larger question. Short one is sort of briefly, if you guys can sort of touch on the discussion between deceleration and abundance debate in the context of Global South. Another thing is to connect to what people were saying here. So we are trying to build collective power, right? We trying to fight the evil capital, blah blah, extremely powerful. So, and we are trying to figure out ways to what are the tools we can use. And a lot of times there's this argument between how much we can leverage state, which is kind of the only tool we have, very easily accessible, at least in our money state, to fight capital, versus how much can we build independently of. And in my perspective, state and capital act as the good cop and bad cop, right? Like state in many ways co-opt popular power, and then give us some bones, and when the economy goes bad, we get back the right-wing governments, right? So what can we do that builds power collectively, that apart from nation states, in that, capitalism is global, right? Capital class is global. So how can we, build communities that transcend national borders? And I think today we have so many, real problems, right? Climate has to be global solutions, and then, debt justice I'm very excited about. Anti-war movement, extremely important, right? And there was something else I forgot. But the point is, and sort of like the goods and services that does not basically, that aren't mediated through sort of toxic institutions, say Uber, Google, Amazon. Can we build, networks that transcend, again, borders, that brings people together, transactions between people that are less mediated through, global corporations. And I don't know, I would love to see more. I would have a lot more hope if I see those things, anti-war movement, debt justice becoming like sort of a global, sort of, part of global consciousness, working class consciousness. But I don't see that, and I see much more about how do we fight capital through our state than building that kind of power. So I think it goes with, what you guys were talking to. So, where is that? Like, you give us a little more hope about, where the world, sort of global, sort of, collective movements are.
Sumangala? And probably after that, we'd have to wrap up because I think the time's...
Yeah, this is with regard to, following up on the discussion on what could be the alternatives and what are the possibilities in today's global order. Now, today itself, we've had several discussions on alternatives that have been there, whether it's in terms of microfinance, whether it's in terms of, the care economy and different kinds of progressive policies that are there in several Latin American countries. Now, what really seems to be missing is an internationalism of the progressives, which was there. I mean, you talked about the USSR and, at the time. So, and until the time of the World Social Forum and all of that, there were these fora where these were being discussed. They perhaps doesn't exist anymore. But what I'm asking is, what is the kind of dialogue that exists between progressive governments, or is there none? Or what would be the way to facilitate that, if it's that possible? So a conversation like, so Colombia, Mexico, Ghana, I think to some extent, Senegal also has I think, a more progressive kind of a government, Sri Lanka, but there perhaps is no conversation happening. So even if it's something that is specific about a particular kind of policy, I mean, one is to talk about the larger global issues and, and about taking positions. The Colombian president has been quite vocal in his, attacks on Trump and so on. So what I'm trying to say is there are these interesting alternatives that are there. So perhaps we need to be thinking of an internationalism of a renewed kind, and which could be strategic, which could be sector related, which could be policy related, and that might be a way in which the question that you're posing, Lakmali, that who are our allies, who's going to be, with us, that might be one way to address it.
Okay, I think we have to, go ahead. One last comment and then
நன்றி வணக்கம் மேடையில் அமைந்திருக்கும் ஐவருக்கும் நாட்டின் பொருளாதார சம்பந்தமாகவும் இங்கு பேசப்பட்டது நாட்டின் வரி சம்பந்தமாகவும் இங்கு இந்த கலந்துரையாடல் நடைபெற்றிருக்கின்றது நாட்டில் நிறைய இப்போ பார்க்க போனால் புதிய திட்டங்கள் நிறைய வந்திருக்குது அதுலேயும் QR அப்படின்னு சொன்னால் நலன்புரி திட்டம் அப்படின்னு நிறைய காசுகள் அப்படிலாம் போய்கிட்டு இருக்கு அந்த காசுகளில் இப்போ வரி அடைவை விட அந்த காசுகள் வீண் விரயமாக்காம நாட்டின் அபிவிருத்திக்கான ஒரு சுயதொழில் செய்வதற்காக அந்த காசுகளை நம்ம அரசாங்கம் ஒரு கொள்கையை கொண்டு உங்களுக்கு கொடுக்குறவங்களுக்கு நாட்டின ஒரு சுயதொழில் செய்வதற்காக அந்த காசை பயன்படுத்தினால் நம்ம நாட்டில் பொருளாதாரமும் இன்னும் அதிகரிக்கும் வறுமை கோட்டில் இருக்கிறவங்க வரி செலுத்துவதற்கு இல்லாமல் இந்த வருமானத்தை ஏற்றக்கூடிய இந்த நம்ம நாட்டில் வருமானத்தை ஏற்றக்கூடிய ஒரு விடயமாகவும் அமையும்னு கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன் அது கருத்துகள் என்னது கருத்து அதை இப்போ வர எடுத்துக்கொள்றீங்கன்னு கேட்குறேன்.
Just to briefly translate, if you weren't using the headphones, her question was about how do we use the resources, how do we use the projects in the country, that these funds that are given as possibly social welfare schemes, whether that can be used for self-employment of the bottom sections of society to be able to, rather than taxing them, for them to be able to raise themselves up. What are the possibilities on that front to use the resources in the country? I think we probably have to wrap it up. We can, it's been a very engaged panel and a day of discussions. I think, ideas about what can progressive governments do, at least to start a dialogue and to start thinking about even on very specific issues. Chandru brought about the need for a new social consciousness in the context of the crisis of capitalism. And I think throughout today, I think we are conscious of a very serious crisis, but also looking at the possibilities of moving forward and trying to subvert maybe even this crisis towards actions that can address some of the needs in our that people are facing, as we've been discussing all day, whether it is the whole question of unpaid work, unpaid care work, in terms of the way in which people are undermined by the financial system and so on and so forth. So I think it will continue. Hopefully, maybe we can try to consolidate some of this into some kind of a statement, but also I think we would like to encourage everyone to write and engage also in terms of from Lakmali. Okay, Lakmali, you want to say anything, Lakmali? Respond to what she. Yeah, if you want. So I think we've had a great day of conversations. Thanks to Sumangala, who took the responsibility for organizing it. Then I have to mention Anil from the Ideas team, who's dealt with a lot of the logistics, but most of all, Yadusha, Shafia, and Suhaina, who kept, I think the last 2 weeks have been sort of submerged in organizing this conference. So, and thank you all amidst all this disruption of whoever that came into Ireland the last 2 days. But we managed to have a great day of discussion. Yeah, discipline. And so thank you, everyone. And I think some of these conversations will continue. Hopefully, we would have more of these discussions, even if it's not with such a large international group on our own as well. Thank you, everyone. Good night.